welcome to day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup finals here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Well, yesterday it delivered, didn't it? It delivered drama, skill and some early shocks too. And today, well, the pressure only gets higher for some of our competing nations as we conclude the group stages. The stakes are massive and every single match counts, and that's because all of our nations get to go again. It's the second bite of the cherry, isn't it? Because they have 5 more matches to contest. They play every nation in their group once again today in a bid to reach the knockouts. And to take us through all today's drama, we have these 3 lovely chaps alongside me. We've got Chris Tunn, Abdulaziz and Harry Channon joining me. Welcome, guys. Yesterday, as I just mentioned, was pretty chaotic, as we expect from day 1 here at a World Cup. Can we sit back a little bit? Because is it really a reset for the teams today?
Yeah, they've had the opportunity to get a nice night's sleep. They've went over the VOD, seen what went wrong or what went well, and now they have an opportunity to do, well, exactly the same thing. They're playing the exact same teams, 5 more games. You have an opportunity to change what went wrong, or again, just do what you did better.
Abdulaziz, you're a world champion yourself. 10 years ago now, 2015. Today, was that a day you relished if you'd done well yesterday, or a new chance if you hadn't done so well?
Oh yes, first of all, I would like to say good morning to you guys. I would say my teammates and to everyone watching us behind the screens. Yes, today I think is the day that we need as a team, as players. It's your time now. If you win, you are more likely going to advance, but if you lose, you are out. There is absolutely no other chance. So yes, now everything is on the line.
We had so many cagey affairs yesterday, Harry. Are we going to see the same today, or do tactics need to change massively? Are we going to see much more one-sided affairs?
For some nations more than others, they need to change because we saw a lot of nations struggle to step up to the plate. You ask, can we sit back? I think some nations, most of them really, need to sit forward. They need to lock in and make sure they put their best foot forward today. Otherwise, we could be saying goodbye to some massive, massive eFootballing nations.
In terms of tactics, which we saw yesterday, was there anything that surprised you from the player picks and the teams, Abdulaziz?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. I think Morocco, before the tournament, I thought they can do something. But yesterday, they didn't even win a single game. They didn't grab any point. So that was really shocking for me. On the other side, Jordan played really well against Indonesia in the first game, and they gave him a hard time. But they couldn't keep the momentum, you know. Every game, I think, out of the 5 games they played yesterday, they were taking the lead a lot, but they cannot keep the lead. So this is another thing that they will need to be focusing on for today. And yeah, let's see what we will have today.
How do you change that, though, when you have had such a difficult first day?
I think, again, it's that whole going back reset. It's the opportunity to have a second day, right? At least you have that time to sit yourself down, figure out what went badly, and then you can go again. You know you have that exact same opportunity as you did yesterday to try and change things. So you just need to know that you need to up your game. But it's never just that simple, though, right? It's not just a case of, okay, do this better. It's everybody else is going to be doing the same thing. You need to just raise your level as much as you can.
Harry, I was going to say that. Surely it's more difficult on day 2 because every team knows exactly how you play and either how to beat you or, you know, if you lost to them, they know how to kind of work against you.
Yeah, it almost becomes a bit of a game of rock, paper, scissors. You know, do you stick, do you twist? It really depends on how you feel about your performance in the first day. Did you get a bit lucky? Did you get unlucky? You know, all these things come into practice. For me, the big telling point is experience. You're looking at the types of nations that are currently on the outside looking in. I know we'll get a chance to deep dive into the groups, but nations like Thailand, Jordan, they have their own leagues. They represent themselves on a professional standard for a pretty consistent basis. They've been here before. They know how to steady the storm. It's about whether or not they can perform when the lights are brightest here in the arena.
Yeah, well, we'll find that out today, won't we? Yesterday, we did give you a chance to vote for your Axe Player of the Day. Some of our panel, they picked some nominated players, and then you could go on FIFA.gg and vote for who you wanted to win. I can announce that the accolade from day 1 goes to Brazil and Henriquinho there. They sit 3rd, actually, in their group. I mean, congratulations to Brazil, obviously, for a solid day yesterday, but did you expect people to vote for Henriquinho out of the 4 that we had?
Well, maybe just for the fandom in Brazil more than anything. But at the same time, I think, you know, it was me who put Henriquinho forward just purely because of the storyline coming to it. I always just think, when I think Brazil, I think Gafera, and I think of that guy who won multiple World Championships, and he is out of the lineup because of this guy who performed quite well. They were inconsistent yesterday, absolutely. We're going to chat about it absolutely as well, but they had some very, very good games yesterday. Found a good result against the team who are now top of the table in Italy.
Yeah, big shoes to fill when you speak about Gafera. I mean, a multiple-time world champion. If you're stepping up to the plate to replace a man who led his nation to the silver medal, the runners-up of last year, you have to perform. And I think Henriquinho did just that. We're seeing him here with this one-on-one chance. I mean, he's cool as ice in front of goal. That's what led him to a quarter-final appearance in the World Finals in Tokyo earlier this year in July. I think he's got what it takes to pair João Victor for Brazil and maybe this year push Brazil over the line and could be one of the favourites.
Out of the Brazilian side, who do you think acted as more of a leader yesterday? Was it Henriquinho or was it João Victor?
I think definitely Henriquinho because everyone was just focusing on João. But on the other hand, nobody gave the light to this guy because he is doing a lot of work in terms of defense, in terms of attack, and creating chances. So the guy is really helping João. And as Harry said, I think he is going a little bit further this year with João, and maybe they can do something, let's say, in the late stages.
Well, the runners-up, of course, weren't they, last year? And they're out here and they mean business. But to fill those shoes, Abdulaziz, you know what it's like, you know, stepping in to a nation when you've had success, because Saudi Arabia, we've had a lot of success in the virtual football world. What is it like when you kind of, you know, you take over from someone who has come before you?
Oh, I mean, to be honest, I think you have got to be ready for that. But it's not easy job at all. You need to prepare yourself, you need to be ready, and you need to see, I mean, how it can help you. And sometimes you need someone who can help you, whether as a coach or someone you can trust, because these kind of people around you, as we saw yesterday with Indian guys, the team of Indian Mobile, they were dominating and they were playing so good. I think because of his father, because when you have someone that kind, you know, who knows you very well, definitely will help you.
I always listen when Abdulaziz talks as well, especially about who's doing well, because he's been there and done it. So I'm like, okay, India in terms of mobile and maybe Brazil in terms of console. Guys, you should listen to what this world champion has to say. Okay, righty. Well, it's not just the 4 of us up here. We also have our reporter on the ground. You know who he is. He was here yesterday. He's back again for us today. It's CJ, and let's check in with him now.
I'm here with the Arsenal style. Arsenal, I saw yesterday you showed your tattoo on the stream. Can you tell us a little bit behind it? I love it.
Yes, it's a portrait of my dog. I actually lost her 3 years ago, so it's the dog that I've loved the most in my life. So it's kind of a motivation for me to have this portrait in my skin. I remember that she loved to be with me when I was playing online matches, so it's good to have her here.
Perfect. And tell me about how you found the day one matches here at the FIFAe World Cup.
I feel great. Honestly, I think we ended up being in a positive way because there were matches that we were losing and we were able to make a comeback. Even when we were losing and we didn't end up winning, we managed to get a draw. So it's pretty motivating and I feel really confident for today.
And just the last one for you, a spicy one. Who would you like to beat in the final?
I would like to be Indonesia. I think they are the strongest one. There's a reason why they are world champions. But I also think people would like Mexico against Brazil in the final. That would be great.
Perfect. Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say it's the reporter's worst nightmare when your guest takes the microphone off and you're like, oh no, please, I don't want to leave it. But the Arsenal style there, a really emotional story, and obviously that will help him, dig deep in the moments that really matter today. Obviously they're sitting in a good space at the moment. They go up against Morocco first. Again, they got that victory against them yesterday. When you've had that victory, Abdulaziz, is it easier today because you know you've beaten them already?
Of course it's not, but...
I thought you were going to say it is easier. I think I've done it. I've been there, got the T-shirt. I can beat them again.
No, I don't think so. But I think, Chris, I mean, would you like to see a new nation that definitely will lift let's say, the World Cup for this year?
You know what? Good question, actually. I think who I would like to see. I don't have any. There's no favoritism. There's no bias on this desk. You see, England aren't here, so I can't be biased on that.
So you're just avoiding the question. Harry, do you want to answer the question?
Why do we pay him? I don't know why.
If we're talking about avoiding questions, why are we asking Harry what?
I would love to see a new nation.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Indonesia, it's so tough. It's arguably more difficult to defend a title than to just outright win one. So if we see Indonesia go back-to-back, then we're seeing just pure greatness. I think it's possible for them, but more than likely we're going to see a new nation. And I'd love to see it. I've got a few names in mind, but I'm going to just hold the cards close to my chest for now.
Well, after day one, Indonesia are the only team who are still undefeated in their group, or in both groups, I should say, as well. They go in Group B. Let's just remind everyone at home then exactly our 12 nations who are still in with the chance. At the moment in day two, we will lose 4 of them after the 5 matches today, because only 8 progressed through to those quarterfinals. Group A then, just a reminder here, looks like this: Saudi Arabia, Italy, they're topping the table at the moment. Brazil, Chile, Thailand and Turkey there. And then in Group B, you just saw it, but I'll remind you, Indonesia on top, Japan, Mexico, Poland, Jordan and Morocco. Standings then, as I mentioned, look like this. Italy are at the top. The ones that we're kind of really looking out for, I'm going to say today, we can see who's got themselves in a good position. It's Thailand and Chile. 4 points there. You know, if one slip from Turkey and one of those nations could go through. Let's see the state of play in Group B then as well. Indonesia, as I mentioned, only team undefeated. They did get a draw in the end, but 4 wins next to the name. Japan and Mexico had a really good outing yesterday. Poland not too far behind them. And then Jordan and Morocco sitting in those situations that may lead to being eliminated in 5 and 6 at the moment. We'll see how that goes today. Right, well, what's up for grabs then? Well, we've got a big prize pool, as always, from the FIFAe events. $30,000 for your champion and $18,000 for a runner-up. If you get to those quarterfinals, that's what's at stake today, it's $6,000 guaranteed. Right, the schedule today then. These are our featured matchups. These are not the only matchups. If you want to go on FIFA.gg, you can watch every single nation in action. We all kick off at 12 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes time, with Thailand taking on Italy. Then it's Chile, Turkey, Brazil, Thailand, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and then to round out our day here on the console side of things, it's Indonesia, defending champions, taking on Poland. I mean, the Italy-Thailand one is a massive matchup. We put that as our feature matchup for the first time yesterday, and it delivered. Italy did take the honours in that one. Let's see what they will do today. But first up, shall we say a very good morning to our first caster pairing as well, Leah Harvey and Cole.
Hi.
Welcome back, guys. How are you feeling this morning? We're feeling a little bit more nervous because obviously we're saying goodbye to a couple of nations at the end of today.
Yeah, first off, Rachel, we won't take the mic from you like the Arsenal style did, so don't worry, you can keep hold of your headset. But yeah, Alia, we're looking forward to it today, aren't we? It's a big game to start off with, and we're going to have to say goodbye to some teams.
I think we've got an exciting group stage today, because in both Group A and Group B, there is no guarantee on which 4 are going to go through, and I cannot wait to see who makes it to the knockouts tomorrow.
Yeah, Morocco currently not on 5. I'm rooting for the Morocco Wonder Run, but we will see, Rachel.
Anything can happen. It's eFootball. There we go. Thanks, guys. We'll see you a little bit later for Thailand taking on Italy in our first feature matchup. That is coming your way in just over 15 minutes' time. So prepare yourself, but prepare yourself for this as well, because we're about to introduce you to all our nations today. There are still 12 left standing in eFootball console. Here they are.
It was almost perfect from the group stage. Last year we have 3 players in our team, and I think it really helped us to do some rotation, so our opponent is not easy to read what strategies we will use in the next match. And yeah, gratefully the tournament was really perfect for us. There is no real challenge in that time. I think in the quarterfinal when we met Morocco, cause they are a really similar gameplay with us. In the final, I don't know, I feel so motivated. I love to play in such a big stage like FIFAe. I just grab my controller, I don't know, like, I feel like I will be the champion. Yeah, of course, it's a very happy moment because, you know, I've been playing this game since I was a kid. I've been into the competition scene since I was 11. I need to wait for that moment for 10 years. Finally, yeah, the world champion is the only missing puzzle of my career. So the most satisfying moment in my career. Yeah, of course, I still want to win.
Welcome everybody to the FIFAe World Cup Finals 2025 featuring eFootball on console.
We're your hosts, Milosh and Veracity, and we promised you yesterday that our matches will be on point. Where I'm here to report that they delivered that and more in spades. Action all day, every day. However, with our 12 teams, by the end of today, it'll be down to only 8.
That's right, Milosh. As the adrenaline is pumping, the hearts are racing. Players, I know you're all eager to get this show on the road, so let's welcome our very first team. It is Indonesia. The 2024 champs have only one win so far, so it is up to Binon Boys and Shinx Elga to bounce back today.
Holding on to the Group B mid-table, it's Mexico. The Arsenal style and Andre Pumas are at it again.
Morocco. With new faces this season, they are represented by Azzedine and Uni.
Next up, it's Poland. Ostrebo and Zilo are looking for their first ever knockout appearance. Let's see if it happens today.
Next up is Jordan. With multi-event winners Saif Al-Haka and Mohamed Sajlawi.
The favorites return. It's Japan. Axe and Tests are hungry, and they're hungry for that elusive trophy.
Welcome to the stage, Turkey. With 3 draws yesterday, Arda Gazalgazo and Mujahid have to pull out all the stops today.
Next up, it's Chile. Looking to impress at their first FIFAe World Cup appearance, it's Blackhorn and Fixito.
Next is Thailand. Sibling support for Frankex and the young talent Jinsui joining him. It is all to play for.
Our host nation, Saudi Arabia. Godinesta and Figo are some of the most experienced players here at the FIFAe World Cup. And we see all of that yesterday and beyond.
Give it up for Italy. Sitting at the top of Group A, it is multi-world champion Eterito and Naples.
And last but not least, it's Brazil! the FIFAe 2024 World Cup runners-up, Jay Victor and Henriquinho, are back, and they are looking for gold this time around. These are 12 teams here at the FIFAe World Cup. The question is, who remains at the end of today?
Players, I'm looking at each and every single one of you. It is now or never. This is your opportunity to make your nations proud. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road, and it's back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Veracity and Milos. I mean, I was a little bit disappointed today. The choreographed routines, a bit muted, in my opinion.
You know what it is, right?
Did they?
What?
It's the business end of the competition, all right? It's do or die for some of these nations that we're seeing. So there's no more showboating. It's put your best foot forward. We saw some of the happier nations, obviously, sitting more healthy in the groups, but those like Jordan, Brazil, clearly very, very unhappy with where they stand in the groups at the moment.
I mean, Brazil just putting their hand up as if to say, like, number 5, or was it high? I wasn't quite sure. Poland, fist bumping. Japan, not as animated as yesterday when they had the Dragon Ball Z. They just went for a bit of a classic arm over the chest today. Anyway, I'm expecting more when we get to the quarterfinal, semi-final stages. Just putting it out there. I know the teams can hear me. There we go. Enough said on the topic. Right. Should we get back to exactly the state of play in the console side of things? Abdulaziz, let's go first, as we're seeing them, to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yesterday they played really well against Brazil, and they show that they can go so far in this tournament, but they just need to believe in themselves a little bit more. Yes, they lost the last game against Italy, which was really tough game, but in total they played really well. Now is the time. Now, I mean, today everything will be decided. So they will need to take it game by game, and let's see how it goes.
Anything specific you'd like to see them change?
Not much, but try to keep the lead when you have it.
That's pretty important. In terms of another team that, there or thereabouts, Japan. Kind of maybe, as Milos said, they're out here and they're one of the favourites. Are we still seeing them as one of the favourites today?
They can definitely turn it around, yeah. Like, we know that they have the ability. We look at the players they have on their roster, right? It's still all to play for today, that's the thing. I think when we look at both those group tables, there's nobody really you can count out yet. And, well, okay, Japan still not in a terrible spot. They have the ability to bring it back, and that's the thing. It's not like they're a team down there that you say, okay, yeah, well, we didn't really expect them to get through. They more than have the ability to finish even top 2 in their group.
Well, should we hear from the Japanese side, the duo who are expecting a lot from their self, especially when they headed into the tournament?
やっぱり今年が2回目なので、すごい去年のリベンジの気持ちを持ってまた来ました。こういう機会はなかなかないので、特別な思いもありますし、やっぱり日本を代表するのが初めてではないので、そこの緊張感をちゃんと持って試合を行っていきたいと思います。勝つのが一番だと思うんですけど、やっぱり勝つためには自分が楽しまないといけないと思うので、楽しみつつしっかり一試合一試合勝てればなと思ってます。パートナーが同じ所属チームでもありますし、すごい仲のいい関係なので、そういう面ではすごく今回は自信があり、本当に勝つ気でいるので、そこは問題ないと思います。やっぱり日本の誇りを持って本当に一試合一試合負けられない戦いがあると思うので、頑張っていきたいと思います。
Words from them there, confident and ready to win. Second in the table in Group B, just behind Indonesia, the defending champions. Harry, when I asked Chris the question of are they still favourites, you were nodding your head.
Yes, I think they are much, much more comfortable this year. You can tell just from that VT how much more confident Axe seems about having his teammate Tess, who's now just arriving to the pod, fashionably late as ever, Tess, having him alongside him, and of course with Coach Takaki-san in the back as well. I think these two are some of the best players in the world. They're second in the group, as you said, Rach, so far. I mean, the only team above them at the moment is Indonesia, who
That's
are
the only
last
team
year's
they lost
champion.
to as well.
Yeah. When you think back on 2024, they wanted that trophy. They failed to make it out of the group stages. They did everything right up until that last game, if you remember, against Costa Rica. it seemed like a gimme. They fell flat, and then they were dumped out in the group stages. They look healthier this year. I think they are definitely one of the favourites.
Well, we spoke about another team being one of the favourites. These possibly, but that wasn't the team I was going to mention. I was actually going to mention Thailand. We all came here with such strong hopes of Thailand and Jinsui being the recent world champion. Why haven't they quite converted what we felt into their performances yesterday, do you think?
I think the pressure, gets a little bit of them, and the lack of experience.
Yeah.
And also they faced really tough teams, Brazil, Italy. Both of them, they definitely can go far in this tournament. But even though they still have huge chances to at least finish top 3 in the group.
Chris, they got 3 losses yesterday, did Thailand?
They did, and I know we'll speak about it because I know they're part of that feature matchup, but realistically for me, I think their big problem was just scoring goals. They scored 2 goals in 5 games yesterday. So many of their games ending 1-0. That's damning. You need to be able to convert more of your chances. But at the same time, they beat Chile 1-0, but lost to Turkey 1-0, drew with Saudi 1-1, lost to Italy 1-0. These are all very, very tight games. A goal here or there, they're potentially top of the table, right? It's not too far away. The only game that was really a blowout when they lost to Brazil 4-0, but Brazil are that free-flowing, and maybe that style just didn't suit how Thailand typically play. But they're small margins away from being in a good position, but they need to start scoring some goals.
Do they change their team? I'm just looking at the key players. They do have Cristiano Ronaldo.
To be honest with you, though, they've got Collar up top, right? He's another one of those players that you're a bit expecting to be working for them as well.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's
one of those moments that you just expect to be able to see more goals from Thailand. We know we got the world champion on that team.
Yes.
You expect more.
Obviously, they lost to Italy, their first matchup yesterday. How much will that be playing on their mind, Abdulaziz?
Oh yes, now they know how Italy play, and of course they saw the game again. Of course, yesterday they know their mistakes, and now they are more prepared, let's say, for the game. And now they have to do something.
But Italy, we're going to say, are even more prepared as well because they got that victory. And Eterito, he means business coming here to the FIFAe World Cup finals. He wants to win this one. Should we hear from him? Because CJ caught up with him at the beginning of today.
We're here on the floor ahead of day 2, and I found Eterito, one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT of eFootball. How did you find day 1?
It was very good. Actually, at the beginning we had a little bit of problem because we won the first match and then we didn't find the win. But after we won the last 2 matches, and now we are on top of the league.
It feels like you are one of the most experienced players here. Do you feel like that's an advantage compared to the other nations?
In this competition, yes, I'm really comfortable and experienced because it's in 2v2, it's not 1 versus 1, so you need to have a chemistry with teammate. I played a lot of competition, even World Cup in co-op mode. So I think experience is really important at this level, so yeah.
You've won multiple world championships, but what would winning the FIFAe World Cup mean to you here?
To be honest, it's just like the last trophy on my career that I miss, you know. So if I will achieve it, it will be the end of the game.
I love that. Now, give me a bit of spice then. Who would, say you're in the final, which nation would you like to beat or play the most in a final?
I would like to beat Indonesia. They are the right now champions, so maybe it would be nice.
I love it. Well, best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
I love that Hila completed the game. Does that mean we'd see him retire, Harry? Is that a bit of
I
gossip
hope
there?
not. He's got a few more years in him yet, Rachel. Only 27 years old. He's won a plethora of world titles. I think he's got a few more years left in the tank.
And the thing is for me, though, is that I always thought he was maybe a bit older than that because he's been around for so long, though. I remember watching him when he was so young, and now he's only like 27 or something.
World champion at 13 years.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels like he should be as old as I am, and I'm like an unk. He's the unk of eFootball right now, but he's still got a few years in him.
Yes, and also, he mentioned that he wants to play against Indonesia in the final. And that shows if you want to be the best, you have got to be the best.
And he also was asked a little bit about, what's it like when you are a world champion, people going up against you. What was it like when you won the title in 2015?
Yes.
The next year?
Yes.
Did it feel different? Did people give you more respect?
Of course, because every game for them is just like they want to win so badly. And on the other hand, for me, it's like not that important. But still, in his situation, he wants to win. And of course, with his teammate, it will be even better.
They make it much harder for you, don't they? When you're a world champion, they want to beat you. You are that focus point for sure. Okay, well, I believe we are ready. The time is now to get day 2 underway here at the FIFAe World Cup Finals eFootball console. The teams are ready. Our featured matchup this morning is Thailand taking on Italy, and your casters are Cole and Aaliyah Harvey.
Well, we have our first round of rematches, Alia, and yesterday Italy, they grinded out a win against Thailand that set both these teams on very different trajectories.
I mean, yeah, Italy finished yesterday top of the group with 10 points. Disappointing start for Thailand, though. They had 3 losses, currently putting them 5th of the table. I mean, we know both sides do want the win, but I would say Thailand need it more at the moment.
Yeah, Thailand really struggling. This is not a team that were put together to be second bottom of their group, but they did have, in the last game, a 1-0 win against Chile. Can they build on that momentum?
I mean, hopefully. I think we are able to see what the Italian players have been saying. And before this game, they are top of the group, but they were saying to each other, today is a new day, let's have a good morning. And they were giving each other a pep talk. And that just goes to show the mentality, and I feel like why they are top of that group.
We currently have Italy playing in red and Thailand in blue and white, so keep an eye on that one. Everybody expecting Italy to be in their famous blue. So here is Italy on the attack. Naples gets it to Eterito into the middle, and Eterito, whom we had that interview from before, saying that he completes eFootball if he wins this event.
I mean, what's interesting is that he's only 27 years old, but in an esports sense, that's not young anymore when you think about the age groups that's coming through at the moment.
Italy having some more sustained pressure. Looking okay so far, getting themselves on the ball. They'll be easing into this life as being top of their group, quite enjoying it. From the left wing they attack, and the goalkeeping was slow there. Buffon watches it go by, but I don't think he was comfortable.
No, definitely not. I think Italy's goal today is to just get as many points as they can, because if they finish first seed of that group, they will be first choice to pick 2 new players from the 2 groups that get knocked out today.
That's an excellent point. Let's see what's happened over here. Indonesia have taken the lead against Jordan, as expected. Remember, yesterday, Jordan went 2-0 up against Indonesia before the 2-2.
They did. I mean, Indonesia are top of the group, 13 points. You have Japan at second at just 8 points, and Indonesia didn't lose a single game yesterday either. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue their unbeaten run.
And now they're even taking the lead against their kryptonite as well. It is Italy through once more. Good defending there from Indonesia. From Thailand, sorry. I'm talking about Indonesia too much. Getting confused. It's Turkey. Eventually, I presume, go behind. They do go behind.
I think what's interesting about Thailand as well, they know they had a disappointing day yesterday, and we noticed before the game started, they weren't saying a word to each other. Not a single thing. They were fully locked in, but right when kickoff was about to happen, they said to each other, let's have a good day.
Yeah, we were looking at the comms between them, weren't we? And Italy were certainly more chatty before the game started. Thailand clearly introspecting, knowing that their performance yesterday was not good enough from the world champion, who finds his teammate on the ball nearly with that long hit over the top. But Italy have to clear their lines. It's an even game so far.
We do have a goal in the Chile-Brazil game. Brazil going 1-0 up, early goal, 22nd minute. Again, a strong performance. They're currently sitting 3rd of the group, so still in that shaky position where they may or may not qualify.
Yes, true, but again, no matter what Brazil do here, I'm glad that they've chosen to play the game a slightly different way. Wes was saying that he was chatting to the Brazilian players and they couldn't believe the in-game players that were available that had so much flair and such style to their game, as opposed to the units that other teams seem to be focusing on. But with these units, you can make passes like these ones. Thailand spraying it around well. They have the ball on the left channel. Can they get that final pass? They can. Finally, they're broken through. It's well defended in the end by Italy. But Thailand beginning to come into this one. And again, it's a close matchup between these two.
Yeah, and it is nervy coming into today knowing that you have to essentially win all of your games to ensure you can qualify for the knockouts tomorrow. There's a lot of pressure on them, but as we can see, especially with the heart rates, they are relatively calm, and the best way to perform is to be at your most calmest self.
Especially my man Naples, over there on the right on top. Apparently nothing gets him over 100 BPM, so clearly a fit young man, so good for him. Keep up the marathons, my friend. And now here he comes through. It is Eterito, through goal. Oh, lovely, fake back, and then finishes! And that is the quality of the multiple singles world champion, the 2v2 world champion, a man who's nearly done it all and wants to finish the job.
Fantastic goal by Italy there, going 1-0 up early on in the game. I mean, what a performance so far. They've been attacking, they've been constantly trying to break through, and now they've finally done it.
Huge goal again, especially considering yesterday there was only one goal between these two. Buffon did his best, couldn't get there. Massive goal for Italy. You can see Mexico against Morocco. Mexico would expect to take this one, but Morocco equalised. Morocco 0-5 yesterday.
I mean, you go into this today thinking, I didn't win a single game yesterday. You do not want to get knocked out of this tournament, but you also don't want to get knocked out not winning a single thing. I mean, yesterday, Mexico and Mexico did win that one 3-1. So we might see a turn of the tables today. Can Morocco finally get their first win in this tournament?
And I wonder if Costa Rica are watching on right now, hoping that Morocco can take the record that no one wants of only getting 1 point in last year's group stages. Morocco will be thinking, let's at least get that, at least match it.
I feel like relatively, at the moment, this game has been quite even. I think, yes, Thailand have gone a goal down at the moment, but they are defending pretty well against a tough side with Italy here. A little bit back and forth between the two teams. Italy here, again, on the attack. Can they make it 2-0 here? Fantastic skill over the top through ball, sorry. Nearly there.
As we have a look at this equaliser here for Indonesia against, for Jordan against Indonesia. So again, Indonesia, for all the wins they're getting, their kryptonite, their Jordan kryptonite continues to haunt their dreams.
I mean, I'm pretty much back in Jordan because they're a new nation. They've done really well from themselves. They're currently 5th in the group. Yes, they have a difficult climb today to try and qualify, but I feel like there's a good chance that they could do it. But we do see here again, Italy on the attack, desperately trying to make it 2-0 against Thailand. Can they do it before we go into half-time?
Lovely interchange here from Italy too. Before the break would be huge, and to be honest, I wouldn't be able to see Thailand coming back. They'd have to prove me wrong, but this is the team that is currently really struggling to play to the standards that they want. And the main difference to me is Eterito, the man who CJ interviewed before it started. His fakes, his passing seem to be the big difference. Another one into the centre. He gets it back. Lovely first-time pass. Surely it must be two. He cuts across, but the shot is wide. Naples had the opportunity, but Pirlo couldn't take it.
I mean, so far at the moment, it does seem like Italy are going to take it. They're pushing, they're pressuring, they're trying to make it 2-0 and essentially just try and top that table ahead of tomorrow. But so far, I feel like we have to give some credit to Thailand as well. They are trying their best. It's not easy coming into day two knowing you're 5th of the group currently. There's a good chance you might not get into the knockouts. And I mean, we had high expectations for Thailand going into this tournament. They were the favourites for a lot of us.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, the reigning world champion in Jin Sui, Franck X, they have his brother, the coach. And did my eyes just deceive me, or have Jordan taken the lead? Surely.
They have taken the lead.
I was looking down, I look up, and I see a 2 next to Jordan. I'm thinking, what?
I mean, it's currently 2-2, actually. Jordan, Indonesia. Were we expecting that?
Not at all. I'm expecting Indonesia to just win every game by about 4 goals at this point. Anyway, the substitutions over here in our feature game have gone through, but it's Italy that are through. Nearly there. They get the ball again. Not the best touch, but it does fall to the striker in the end. As a pass on the top. Is the instant shot in? It is, but it's a bit central, not quite there. Italy, though, much the better team as we end the first half.
They are definitely. I think Thailand are doing really well from themselves. I feel like this game could easily be 2-3-0 at the moment, but for it only to be 1-0 going into half-time is a fantastic result. As we switch over to Indonesia-Jordan, just a few minutes left in the first half, still currently sitting at 2-2. I mean, Cole, I don't know about you, but I think there could be a fantastic underdog story here with Jordan.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Jordan. They're a team that came in with massive question marks over them. No one really knew what to expect, and they got that early draw against Indonesia, balanced it off with a win later on, set them to 5 points coming into today. Very feasible. They make it through, especially if they can defend it. They can. Oh, it's almost it is! It's the horror moment! Indonesia can't believe their luck, not that they need any. Our hands are on our heads. We can't believe what we've seen.
That is a heartbreaking way to concede a goal in eFootball, especially going into half-time. As we mentioned, Jordan currently sitting 5th in the group, and for your first match to be up against the reigning champions, 3-2 though into half-time.
Yeah, Bidon boys and Elga there. They had to have a little bit of a giggle because they know they've had some fortune. But the more attacks you make, the more chance you have of getting a little bit lucky, and they were there. Back to our feature game. Italy are through. Thailand need to get hold of this ball. They did make some changes at the end of the first half. Will that be enough for them?
I mean, we would like to think it'd be enough for them, because I really, really want to see Thailand go through. I think they did pretty decently last year in the 2024 edition, and I think they've been holding their ground well. But Italy are through here. Well defended again by Thailand. Straight back to Italy. They are trying to make it 2-0, give themselves a bigger cushion. But so far, it's just in between.
Oh, unlucky. We do break through here from Italy, nearly on the edge of their own box to Thailand. They have to get rid of this ball, and we're seeing that red mark at the bottom saying pass failed far too often for the Thai players. And again, they give away a corner, but it's all Italian pressure.
Yeah, I will say, I think the Italian players are playing more creatively. They're trying different things. They're doing overhead through balls. They're trying to cross it into the box. I just feel like they're trying everything they can, and I would like to see Thailand be a bit more aggressive with their attacks, because we all know they need it today.
Yeah, they seem like a team, Italy, that are fully on the same wavelength. You know, we were hearing from Eterito before that he plays with Naples day in, day out. These are a proper duo. Whereas you're not really getting the sense from the Thai team that they're the same, John Sui and Franck. They're just seeming like two individuals on this pitch. There's no one-touch interplay, very few quick-fire passes. I mean, look at this from Eterito. He knows when to hold on to the ball. Then he releases. It's nearly stolen again by the Italians in the box. Whereas Thailand, they're relying on these big breaks.
And it's important as well, I feel, that we mention the Italians are consistently talking to each other, not just the two players, their coach as well. We can see it in front of us non-stop. Every single pass, every play, there's some sort of communication. So that might be why they're such a strong duo.
What a ball that is, and now we have a chance for Italy. The touch wasn't quite right in the end.
This is what we were saying about Italy. They're trying a bunch of different ways to attack, to try and score, and it feels Thailand, they're just playing too defensively at the moment. They're playing safe, and today is not the day to play safe.
Completely. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. 100%. Thailand know they have to get some wins. I mean, even if they were to get a point against Italy, it's not bad in a vacuum, but they need more. They need wins on the board. They have to get things going and take some risks. That was at least an attempt at something a bit more direct. Yeah, and the goalkeeper shaky a bit, but they get away with it, Italy.
Yeah, with the way the group is looking at the moment, a point means so much to try and qualify for the knockouts. But this is all Italy. I mean, that's the first time we've seen Thailand try a more aggressive play, well defended by Italy. Can they hopefully make it 1-1? Well defended again, Cole.
Yeah, the Italy defence seeming very comfortable right now against Thailand. They're letting them have some more of the ball. They're letting them have the ball in their own half, but Thailand don't really seem to be threatening to break through. That could change here, but again, the pass isn't the right one. There was a player to the left, wasn't found, and one more attack comes to nothing.
Thailand have definitely turned their switch and turned their 2-0, nearly making it 1-1. That is the best chance we've seen from Thailand all day. As we quickly switch over to Poland and Japan, Poland have taken the lead against Japan. Were we expecting that, Cole? Because yesterday, they had 2 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses. Thailand sit second, Poland sit fourth. That would be a big 3 points for Poland if they can hold on to that lead.
Yeah, Japan were looking at every bit the quality that we expect from them after bombing out in the group stages last year. that would be something of an upset. We also saw that I think there was a goal for Turkey elsewhere, so lots of big results, lots of big goals flying in as Thailand and Italy are making some changes and having to think things through.
Brazil are also currently 3-0 up against Chile in the 71st minute. It's going to be a big 3 points for them because the players did say they weren't happy with their performance yesterday.
Indonesia this time have done what they couldn't do yesterday and scored a 5th goal in their game against Jordan. But what we've seen from Jordan so far, Alia, is that they never give up, especially, apparently, against Indonesia. They seem to have their number at times.
And to be a new nation coming into this, it is a little bit nerve-wracking. You're coming into an arena, you can see all of your opponents. To be the underdogs, essentially, playing your first game against the champions, I think Jordan have done really, really well for themselves. And I will say they are probably my favourites from Group B and the ones I really want to see make it through to the knockouts.
Yeah, it's understandable to be rooting for them. A new team here. They've got the 2023 World Esports Champion in Saif, and that is 1v1, but not so known in the 2v2 world. So certainly not bad players in and of their own right, but as we're seeing from Italy, the question isn't how good you are individually, it's how well you can play together. Thailand starting to play together well. This is the chance to equalise, but again, lingered on the shot, took it too late. And now they're rushing and the ball's going off. Could have let that one go for an attacking throw-in. The decision's not quite right for Thailand, but they'll come again.
They are definitely starting to attack a lot more. They're playing more aggressive. They're just trying to do what they can to try and take this 1-1 lead. And hopefully, I mean, they started off slow this game. There's still 4 more to play today. I really hope that Thailand now continue to play with that aggressiveness and still give them the chance. But the first game is the best game to do it. As they cross into the box, is it going to be 1-1? Thailand equalize against Italy.
Oh, the relief!
That is what happens when you play aggressive football. You don't play safe. 1-1, a huge potential point.
Yeah, you can just see how important that goal is. The knockdown was utilised, and I'll be honest, Alia, I was thinking, Franck, was that the right thing to do? Yes, it was. It was perfect. There was Jin Sui, the world champion, with the most simple finish he can get. And now, surely, Thailand have to keep pushing.
10 minutes left in the game, Colin. As we know in football, anything can happen in 10 minutes. If Thailand manage to score a second goal and make it 2-1 here, this is going to be a huge upset for Italy.
Well, Saudi Arabia have managed to get themselves an equaliser against Turkey, currently second in their group going into this run of games. And Italy, having just been pegged back by Thailand, means that KSA have got a chance to go top potentially, especially if Thailand can keep on pushing. They have been much the better team in this second half. And a big cross paying off for them. That shows that their decisions to draft the players that they have been utilised. Great skill again. Another big ball into the box. This time it's shot. Oh, the rebound! So close to falling to a Thai player. They're pushing all the way to the end.
Where has this Thailand been all game? They've only turned the switch on in the last 15 minutes. But I think Italy now, they need to be scared because I sense another goal coming.
Yeah, this is the game where you can get the feeling that there will be some last-minute dramatics. Give us 4 or 5 minutes. 2, no! I want more of this. I want a winner. Here's Thailand. They spray it out to the left again, but it's heavy. And maybe it'll be Italy with the last chance of the game.
It's just too much there. But wow, what a game this has turned out to be. For the most part, it looked like Italy were controlling it. Thailand was struggling. And just like that, it's 1-1, which will be a huge point for Thailand. They need that point today.
Well, if Italy want to nick it, they have to get this ball forwards and quick. They currently have it in the left-back position. There is the long ball. The flick on, not there. Well defended by Thailand, who now have control of the ball, but the referee ruins it for everyone. We're going to have to accept a point.
That is a huge point for Thailand. I mean, look at the players. They're actually sweating on their forehead. I think they need to be so proud. As you've mentioned, Jin Sui is the champion at the moment, and let's hope his experience helps push Thailand through into the knockouts tomorrow.
Yeah, Jin Sui, who seems, he doesn't seem completely pleased with himself. You know, he's still shaking his head. He still knows that he's not playing up to the potential that he has. But a point. They're currently trending better than they did yesterday by +1, and that's a start.
And that's the disappointing end on the Italian side as well. They were playing so well throughout the game. It was almost certain they were going to get that 3 points. But just like that, Thailand knew what they needed to do. They started playing more aggressively. They started pushing, and it's rewarded them with that 1 point. And hopefully, we will see that aggressiveness throughout the rest of the day.
We have Milos down on the stage to chat through what just happened with these players.
Yes, my friends are here with Etorito from the Azzurri. The question is, what happened in the matchup? You had the lead, then the tie in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we were very good at the beginning. We was leading 1-0. We deserved 2 goals, I could say. But after they react well, they change formation. They put a 4-3-3 with Sorlot, super sub, and they won all the head. So they even was scoring the 2-1, so we was close even to lose. But it's the game. We need to just focus to score goals and then close the game with the 2-3-0.
We have a big game coming up versus Brazil. I'll let you go prepare for that. Maybe it'll be revenge in that game. Though we have more coming up with you. Jordan playing Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look at that, the Gasters.
Yeah, it's an intriguing game. You were pointing out to me while we were listening to Milos that there's a red card in this game.
They are 4-2 up, but to go 10 men down is not exactly something that you want. But if they've got a red card and they've managed to score an additional goal since we last tuned into this game, that does show the caliber of these players.
Yeah, Jordan trying to break their way through. You're up against 10 men. It's never easy, especially in the 90th minute. It would be an incredible moment if Jordan can steal 2 goals here, especially as the ball is being kept in the middle. And yeah, no nonsense there from Indonesia. And you can see down there the reactions from the Jordan players. They know that's probably that one over.
Definitely. I mean, there's only a minute left. There's not much to do, especially trying to score 2 goals. But it's a good first warm-up game for Jordan. Indonesia are not easy to go up against, especially for your opening match. And hopefully, we see Jordan just keep playing the way that they have. But that does finish 4-2. And interestingly as well, Poland beat Japan 1-0.
Finished 1-0.
It finished 1-0, Cole. That is a huge 3 points for Poland, especially that they were only sitting on 7. The 3rd win they've had in the FIFAe finals so far this year, and a disappointing end to Japan to lose all 3 points and not even get 1.
Yeah, no, a big win there for Poland puts them 2nd in the group, I believe. And Jordan, they are still breathing right down the necks of Japan, a team who did get a win yesterday, are capable of taking victories in this event. 3 points behind. Jordan could pip Japan here, surely. I mean, we're not going to see an echo of what happened last year to Japan.
I mean, all Japan or Jordan would need is for Japan to lose 1 game, Jordan to have a better day today, and we could very sadly see Japan get knocked out in the group stages 2 years in a row.
God, that would be heartbreak for the Japanese, especially when we've been singing their praises, saying how well they've been doing. But if you lose 1 game in this format, you get other chances, sure, but 3 points for a win catches other teams right back up to you. And Jordan still have Japan to play as well, so it may well come down to that one later on in the day. Huge matches across Group A and Group B. And Saif, for Jordan, we were saying that they look frustrated. Saif in particular looks really unhappy with that loss.
They do. I mean, you don't want to come into the day and start it off with a loss. You always want to start it at least getting 1 point. But we are going to throw to Milos because he is with the Indonesian players.
I am indeed the 2024 champions. I'm here with Binang Boys now. Look, yesterday you had a wonderful day, right? You were scoring like crazy, lots of points. You start off today with an extra 3 points on the board. What do you do when you're performing so well so you don't get too cocky? You kind of keep relaxed through the rest of your matches?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still a long journey, We are just still in the beginning of the tournament. There's a long journey ahead of us, and yeah, it's nothing. Qualified from the group stage is nothing. Our main goal is to be the champion.
You've already done it once, why not do it twice? And you're getting closer to it, thank you very much. Then that is our first set of matches. We heard it here from Indonesia. They're looking to claim the gold once again. Let's send it over back to our studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, Milos. Well, round 1 or round 6, we should say, has been completed for the console side of things as it stands. Indonesia, though, we were intrigued, weren't we, about that, Abdulaziz, because they seem like when they play Jordan, that's their bogey team a little bit.
Yes, I mean, the same thing that happened yesterday happened again today. Jordan took the lead twice against Indonesia, and then somehow Indonesia came up and they won everything. Turkey and Saudi, Saudi played also well. They took the lead again, but they couldn't keep it, and it's a draw. Brazil against Chile, it was fair and square for Brazil. Italy were very close.
Were you disappointed that Thailand maybe couldn't snatch the victory off of Italy? They needed it so much, didn't they?
Yes, I mean, Thailand, I mean, they did really well. As we see here, they came back from 1-0 defeat against Italy. Chile against Brazil, I mean, 5-0. GG's, Mexico and Morocco. Morocco grabbed the first point.
Yeah, the Brazil, I guess, result there stands out, doesn't it? 5-0 over Chile. Other results that stand out, we mentioned them: Indonesia, Jordan in Group B, 4-2 there. Poland getting the victory over Japan. That was a turnaround from yesterday when Japan got that 1-0 victory over Poland, and that absolutely shakes things up in the Group B table. We'll see that in a few moments' time. Firstly, let's have a look at the standings in Group A after 6 rounds now. Brazil, Italy now tied because Italy got the draw, Brazil victory. Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz will be looking at that matchup there and thinking, okay, third, not too bad with only 4 rounds left to play. Turkey 7, Thailand 5, Chile 4. Everything's open in Group A.
It's still wide open. Look, I think when we talk about the Italy-Thailand game, though, I don't think either one of those two teams is going to be too disappointed with the draw, to be honest with you, with Italy.
Thailand much more so than Italy.
I would agree, but at the same time, Thailand knew they were going to be coming into that game, and it would be a difficult one. Italy were top of the group before the start of that game. You get yourself a point there. You really need to be beating the teams around. So Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Chile, those are the games that Thailand must win. I don't think a point against Italy is the end of the world.
Okay, well, let's have a look at Group B then and see what's at stake with 4 matches remaining. Indonesia, would you say, Abdulaziz, that's done? They can go through?
Yeah, definitely. I think they already secured their spot in the knockout stage. Maybe now they are debating if they are first, but most likely they will finish first. Jordan, they still have huge chances to come back. Japan, Mexico, they are also very close. You know, Poland, I think they need 1 more win or maybe 2 maximum, and then they will be fine. Yeah, Morocco, first point.
A huge win for Poland, that absolutely massive to get themselves up into second, and because it's getting quite tight around 4th, 5th, right? Jordan, they definitely still have an opportunity here. Japan are looking okay, but yeah, it's a huge win for Poland, that.
Yeah, so at the moment it looks like, you know, Morocco are not going to be going through unless a miracle happens, but it's Jordan's to play for at the moment, isn't it? It's exciting to see how they go next, that's for sure. Okay, so 4 matches still to go. Anything can still happen. We always look at the heart rate in terms of the players here. Chris, I believe you've been analysing this a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been having a little look because we've got the one that has both the players on from both teams.
We like this.
We like this. We do like this.
This is more exciting because we can see if one's a little bit higher than the other.
Yeah, so you got Henriquinho and João Victor from the Brazil game here, and you can see literally when this is how you know that you're a good team, because they're so in sync. Look at this, it all kind of moves together, really, doesn't it? The same moments kind of happening through the game. You can see exactly where it's happening. Little dips, moments where things are getting maybe a little bit more excitable. Maybe there's a tense moment, of course, back when you may be defending a goal. But yeah, it's interesting to see that both two players very similar, Abdul.
Oh yes, of course. I mean, it shows that
they're in sync.
Yeah, I mean, stats, I mean, cannot lie, you know. But believe me, they are under huge pressure because they know they are the favorite to win it.
Did you ever play with the heart rate monitor on in competition?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Were you forced to play?
Well, I think it was because of the show, I believe.
Was it?
Yeah.
Were you high? Were you low? Were you steady?
I think it was in the middle.
Of course you were. Look at you. You're so chill.
Icy.
There we go. That's the heart rate for Team Brazil. They play on. Obviously, they got that great victory over Chile a few moments ago. Right. Let's turn our attention now to our next featured matchup. It's the second matchup of today. It's a big one. It's Chile taking on Turkey, and I say it's a big one because it's Group A here. Chile are sitting at the bottom of the pile at the moment. They're 6th with 4 points. Turkey, they currently occupy that coveted spot in 4th with 7 points. A win here for Chile could change everything. It could rip up the script in Group A.
It could. It really felt like a struggle, but it also feels like a game that Turkey need to go into and win. It feels as if Chile, they kind of have been the points that a lot of people have been getting in this group. Sadly, at this moment in time, it feels like a must-win for both these two teams.
I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. So Chile did beat Turkey yesterday 2-1.
Yeah, but the situation today is completely different. They have just lost 5-0 against Brazil, so they will need to go to that mentally first before they head to this game.
How difficult will that loss have been then for them when you do see 5-0 next to your name?
Oh, I mean, mentally it is so tough to deal with that. But they have to know that a game is over, it's finished now. You have another chance. Try to get the best out of it.
Were you good at doing that? When you had a big loss,
for me,
good at resetting?
For me, it's so difficult, especially if there is no huge or enough time. But you are in a tournament, you have to be prepared for everything.
What did you use to do? What was your strategy?
I try to forget that loss, but it's so hard to overcome it, you know?
Is that then the role of the coach or your teammates to help you?
I think that is something human, you know, because even in logic in football, a win brings another win, a loss brings another loss.
It happens to me when I'm at home. If I lose a game and I'm going to the next one, never mind if you're a world champion. So feel that pressure. I mean, I'm just sitting in my bedroom raging. And wife's like, what are you shouting at? I'm not playing for anything but my own self-esteem. These guys are playing hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
Do you remember when you were playing, was there a player or a nation that were really good at just putting it to the back of their mind when they had a big loss? They're like, doesn't matter, I'm going to go again.
Oh, yes. I mean, you have got to be mentally so strong. And you know that a game's finished, you have another game, another chance, which is, I mean, that's the bright side of it, you know? You are not, it's not done, it's not over. You have another chance.
I feel like nations like Brazil are good at just forgetting. And because they've got so much rich history.
It happened yesterday, yes.
I think they're just so passionate, though, that it's just like they very much live in the moment, right? I don't think they do forget, but I think it's like kind of like a bit of a skew of like, okay, well, I'm just so involved in what I'm doing right now. I'm so passionate about this right now that you kind of just subconsciously forget about it.
So in the earlier feature matchup, we saw the teams actually changing things up. We heard there that Thailand changed their formation. They went 4-3-3. Are we going to see a team like Chile or Turkey make those kind of changes because they need to now?
I would say that Turkey probably don't change too much because they have generally been going well. Of course, they did lose their game up against Chile yesterday, and they'll know exactly why that is at this stage. But realistically, I think on an average, they've been fine in their game plan. If I'm Chile, I'm changing things up though, big time. I mean, look, yes, okay, you won that game yesterday, but you need to make sure you win this game. It can't just be, okay, well, let's do it again. Let's just make sure we're trying to win every single game. They may well have changed things up today.
Yeah, would you expect Chile, like Chris said, to change something formation-wise?
Maybe they will need to change the way they play, especially on the wings. The formation maybe not a lot because I believe they are used to play with this formation. But the way of play, sometimes they go from the middle, sometimes they go from the wing, so maybe they will have to do something about that.
And is this trickier because we have this draft and we don't have every player available for these squads?
I would say that it's not necessarily trickier, but they would have probably drafted for their favorite formation. So they'll be kind of like fitting round pieces into square holes to a certain degree, but they still, I mean, you look at the rosters that these guys have, it is absolutely ridiculous.
I'll find it, hang on, where?
They will all be kind of going down the physical route though, right? I mean, for the most part, let's see. I mean, in the attacking lineup, this is Chile. Yes, I will very much take your tablet here, Rachel. Not that I don't have mine, but you know, you've brought it up faster. But look, they went very physical. But they were a team who went more so on the defensive side with their top-end picks. And having a look through it, okay, they do have quite a lot of physicality, but they've got quite a lot of good dribblers in there as well. So you can kind of mix that up to go either on the faster side of things, or you can actually try and keep going through the middle in that sense. Whereas Turkey, a lot more physical in a lot of their picks here as well.
Yeah, I was talking to some of the guys from the Saudi national team, and today they changed a little bit of the formation.
Saudi did,
yes. So they had to do that. They played much better today, especially against Turkey. But now it's different, you know? So sometimes you have to change some things if it didn't work out, you know?
Did you have a good chance to speak to the Saudi team then last night. What else did you learn that you could possibly tell us?
What I know so far is that they changed the way they play today, and also they are aiming to at least go for 3 or 4 more points just to secure their spot today.
Okay, well, that's a little bit of an insight from the Saudi team. Obviously, we're turning our attention now to Chile taking on Turkey in this second round matchup of the day. Let's get to know Team Chile a little bit more ahead of this.
It's a beautiful experience. Represented Chile in Arabia. This is a dream.
Se siente muy bien porque nosotros hemos trabajado mucho por este logro que es clasificar al Mundial. Fue difícil porque tuvimos que jugar de nuestras casas, lamentablemente, porque estuvimos en fiestas patrias en nuestro país ese día y no teníamos cómo jugar en una arena gamer con mejores condiciones. Claro, me siento orgulloso porque era lo que soñaba de venir, realmente representar a tu país en lo que sea.
Win the tournament, it's all. This is the World Cup.
Well, if you thought round 1 was exciting, round 2 has the potential to beat that, because our opening game and our featured match, Chile against Turkey, yesterday, Cole, Chile's only win was 2-1 against Turkey.
Oh, and as the keeper watches that one flash across the goal, it was almost the perfect start for Turkey. Even the Chilean player there, a little emoji above their head. I like that feature. But yeah, it's been not great form for Turkey in recent times. They were looking all right until game 4 yesterday. They lost 3-0 against Italy, and then game 5 they lost 1-0 against Thailand's first win, and then earlier today battered 5-0 by Brazil. So not a great time to be Chilean, but we wouldn't know it based on what we've seen so far.
Not at the moment, no. And this is essentially a little bit of a revenge match as well for Turkey, not just because of how things ended for them yesterday, but because this is the only win Chile had. You don't want to be the nation that is the only one that sort of lost to Chile yesterday. But this is so important, especially with the table, isn't it, Cole? Because if Chile get the 3 points here, that puts them level points with Turkey.
Yeah, it can suddenly turn around quick. And I'll tell you what, Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Italy, they'll all be hoping that Chile can, I'd say upset on current form Turkey here. And it's Turkey that have the best chance of the game so far. Having to do some early defending, they pushed it through. And you can see why Turkey are the favourites.
Just as a quick update as well, Thailand have gone 1-0 up against Saudi Arabia. Sorry, I'm sure we'll see that goal in just a moment. But that was a quick goal. And even Brazil, Italy, they've gone 1-0 up on Brazil.
Yeah, so a return to form for Thailand. We were wondering if that goal against Italy could be a catalyst for them, and it is looking such. So Chile, if they are going to make any sort of statement in this group, you'd feel they really have to win this game.
And listen, Chile are coming off a 5-0 battering against Brazil, but there is a little bit of confidence there because they did beat Turkey yesterday. So far, quite end-to-end. This is the goal we were talking about earlier, Saudi Arabia against Thailand, where they did go 1-0 up, and I'm glad to see Thailand are continuing with that aggressiveness.
And then Morocco concede early doors against Indonesia, the last thing you want to do. And Brazil, our flary superstars, take the lead against Italy. Goalkeeper got a chunk of it, but couldn't do enough. And there's Chile and Turkey, I think, are making a couple of changes. The group has also changed. It is moving fast, this thing.
I mean, this is why I love 2 days of round robin, because anything can happen. You just don't know who's going to make it to the knockouts. But I do think we're going to see a lot of goals today so far.
Yeah, here's another one. It is another goal. It's a goal for Turkey, and Chile's miserable run continues. Turkey looking to establish themselves in this group, win the second ball from the corner, blasted home. And they do have their lead, so Well, Chile had a couple of early opportunities. They couldn't take them, and I think that's the difference between them and most teams.
And in the interview yesterday as well, Takea did say they were really disappointed with their performance yesterday, but in that same interview, they thanked their supporters for being behind them, for sticking with them. And I feel like that's definitely in their heads. They want to do it not just for themselves, but for Takea.
Well, they've started off so far okay in this game, and now they have the ball in the centre of the pitch again, but they can't quite feed it out onto the left wing. That's lovely interplay there from Chile. How's the ball? It's not bad. The keeper's not gone for it. It does fall to a Chilean head, but the header isn't the best. And Buffon watches that one go wide.
And it's a fantastic cross-in, but it almost felt like it was just a second too late. There was a striker making that run in. It's a little bit of a mistake there, but it's nice to see that they aren't giving up. They're still going for it because they know they can win against Takea.
Yeah, Takea, who won the group stages last year, almost get a second hit. Actually, they still might! There's two!
Huge goal for Takea to go 2-0 up against Chile, and it's not easy for Chile. They've just come off that 5-0 loss against Brazil. And Cole, what do they have to do to turn things around? Because at the moment, they are bottom of the Group A.
Yeah, I mean, you think that the first thing they have to do is stop the rot, but 2-goal comebacks in eFootball are rare. Conceding that second really stops them being able to have any patience. I mean, in football games in general, from your competing days, when you start losing, how much does that get in your head and affect your play style?
I think mental strength is one of the biggest things that differentiates the good players from the great players, because going 2-0 down, we might potentially see it go 3-0, but 2-0 down, you think to yourself, oh, this might be over, it's a tough climb up, but this is football. We've seen crazy things happen in this beautiful game.
Yeah, one goal can change absolutely everything, and I'd say that for Chile, the main thing is do not concede a third goal before half-time.
Yeah,
if you go into half-time at 0-2, you can make some substitutions, you can, drink some water, refresh yourself. 3-0 is game over, and you're hoping you're going to get battered again.
At half-time, for sure. I mean, in the Thailand-Saudi Arabia game, Thailand have gone 2-0 up.
Wow.
This makes our featured game even more interesting, because coming into today, Takea were 4th, Thailand were 5th. The results from both of those games are going to really turn the tables here.
Yeah, I mean, if Thailand go another goal ahead, they might pick up the controller and go and put it in this game and try and help out Chile. Like, look, do you want a third, lads? Maybe between us we can knock Takea down a peg or two. Should make it clear that is not within the rules and cannot be happening, but this goal is within the rules. Oh, lovely flick! And you're explaining to me how difficult these flicks and flare tricks are in eFootball.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might not realize eFootball, it's a slower paced game, but it requires a lot more skill. You have to technically be good to actually execute those skills and be confident to do so. One mistake in eFootball will cost you.
We've seen it plenty of times, counter-attacks. Utterly devastating. This is a nice attack now from Chile. They are beginning to have some pressure, but that pass wasn't the best.
It's giving me a bit of deja vu to the first game we were watching with Thailand-Italy. Felt like over there, Italy were dominating like Takea were now, but slowly we're starting to see glimpses of how Chile can actually perform.
Takea will be feeling a lot better after this victory, after what was looking like a little bit of a poor run of form for them. 0-0 yesterday to end the day against Brazil, and then a 1-1 draw of Saudi Arabia. So turning into the draw specialists of the group were Takea. 2 goals certainly be enough for them to feel good about themselves. A third would truly kill this game. If they get a third, I can't see Chile coming back in a million years.
And you can see Takea are desperate as well to try and get that third goal. As we switch over to Morocco, Indonesia.
Go on!
Morocco did equalise make it 1-1. I mean, I don't know about you. And we have another goal. Poland, Mexico. Too many goals at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was from the Mexican goalkeeper, but not the finest piece of work I've ever seen. He'd be a keeper, eh? But yeah, I love seeing Morocco equalise against Indonesia. Come on, Morocco. Get yourselves another point. Maybe get yourselves some more.
That's a huge goal from Poland. They came into today not with the strongest record, but wow, have they amazed us.
Yeah, day two Poland. Different beast. We're seeing that round 4 onwards, Chile, unfortunately, is not the same beast as how they started yesterday. They have made it to half-time. Is that the only positive for them?
I would think so. The game's finally over. Not the game, the first half, sorry. It'll give them
Yeah,
time.
not quite yet.
It'll give them time to think and hopefully recoup. Sometimes all you need is just 30 seconds a minute to catch your breath, sort of give yourself a little bit of a pep talk. I mean, we can see here the Chile players, they are saying to themselves, relax. Let's take our time and just relax.
Well, for now we're watching Poland versus Mexico, and the Polish brothers are having some fun right now. Second in their group and beginning to pull away from the rest. If Mexico can't come back from 2 goals down, I'm still not quite sure what happened from the Mexican goalkeeper, but an absolute freebie as we go back to our featured game.
If this is how Poland are playing on day 2, if they make it through to the knockouts, I can't wait to see day 3 Poland.
Yeah, looking like a real force in Group B. Trying to win it, especially if Indonesia keep dropping points against the likes of Morocco. No disrespect to Morocco, but you certainly wouldn't expect Indonesia to not take that win. Chile versus Turkey. Is there any chance at all? Help me out here, Alia.
I mean, if there's anything we've learned from the game so far today, we know goals can come. We know anything can happen. Chile, they are coming out of their shell. We have to remember they're coming off of a huge loss. Mentally, that does take time to recover, but we don't want them to go on huge back-to-back losses. As Takea tried to break through to get that 3rd goal, but again, well defended by Chile, who are playing a lot more aggressively now.
Yeah, Ronaldo was almost in there, but couldn't quite get it, and now we have Chile, but the pass isn't ideal. It's intercepted by Turkey. Good tackle there from the Chilean players. Getting some more time on the ball, but again, an awkward pass. Is that good defending or is that poor attacking?
I would argue that's poor attacking. I think both sides, they seem to be rushing a little bit. You can tell they're panicking a little bit. They both know they need to get the 3 points. Chile trying to get just that 1 point, but I think they need to calm down a little bit because this could get out of hand.
Yeah, Turkey, on the other hand, they can take as much time as they want as they are over this throw-in. The flick is there, it's downwards, it's nearly met by their striker, but not quite. Another chance potentially, Turkey now having all of the ball. They lost it for a little while, they do get another shot away. It's a bit central, but we have seen earlier on that shots that should be saved aren't always saved in eFootball.
No, definitely not. I think at the moment, from Chile's end, they're just rushing their passes. They're just doing it too soon. I feel like they just need to take that touch, wait a second, and then just make it, because they've lost possession, essentially because of their poor and rushed passing right now.
Yeah, it's happened time after time, and after this game, Chile aren't out of contention just yet, but they are going to have to talk to each other and say, again, why are we taking that ball so quickly? You've got your first option, right? That's the obvious one, and sometimes it's good to take the obvious pass, but not every time, as you see there. Turkey tried the same thing. They went for the obvious pass. It's what Chile were expecting. I'd say not the best game that we've seen. It's gone a bit ugly, it must be said.
I think the first half, both sides, especially Takea, were playing quite calmly, but we do see a free kick here, Cole. Is this going to be Takea's chance to make it 3-0? Looks like he's got Hullet as well. We know what Hullet's like as a player.
Yes, not a bad player to have standing over this free kick. He does remain on the pitch.
Just as a quick update as well, Poland currently 2-0 up against Mexico. It's going to be another huge 3 points for Poland.
To Italy against Brazil. Big game there. Let's see if Italy have been able to get back into scoring form. And Japan looking a little bit shaky again. 1 loss, as we said in the last game, can suddenly put the cat right amongst the pigeons. They lost to Poland and now not beating Jordan.
I mean, they drew yesterday. The Japan-Jordan game finished 0-0. And so far, it's looking like it might potentially finish that way as well. But both teams need the 3 points, especially Jordan. They're only 2 points behind. So just that 1 goal, Cole. Just 1 goal.
Here we go, Italy versus Brazil. I'll tell you the score and the substitutions go away, but we can guess for now. Let's assume it's, I don't know, we'll find out soon. But Italy doing so well, still topping their group, even though they, actually no, they're not. It's Brazil that have matched them too, so it's the real top of the table clash between these two. This could be a taster for quarterfinals, semi-finals in the future, and it is 1-1 between those two in the end.
And this is more than just qualifying for the knockouts. When you're playing in the groups, you want to finish that first seed. So as we mentioned, first seed gets first choice on 2 players they want to take from the other 2 countries that were knocked out from that group. So that means so much more. It's a top-of-the-table clash at the moment.
Turkey have control of the ball, and Chile need it immediately. Still 2-0 to Turkey. And they're doing okay. I mean, you know, the fact they've got their 2-goal lead, their reward is that a scrappy game like this one is okay. It's Chile that really need to get hold of it. And they have to do it from moments like this. You know, they have control of the ball from the throw-in. They need to break through the lines. That's better play. Choosing to carry on sprinting and then delaying the pass. Much better there from Chile. Leaves it into the centre. There's a pass up top if they can make it. Just spin on the ball for a second. And now Turkey come forwards. But maybe a positive sign there for Chile.
Definitely is. I mean, Chile at the moment, they have about 46% possession, so it's not like they're not getting the ball. It's just the decision-making at the moment and the rushing with the passes is what is causing them to lose at the moment, especially with what we've just seen there.
Yeah, I mean, the 46% possession isn't too bad. The problem is that their pass completion rate isn't too far off that.
No, I don't think that's something we can see at the moment on the screen. But Chile, it's disappointing because you can see they are able to attack, but when Turkey put that pressure on them, seems like they're just panicking a little bit at the moment.
Let's see if Chile can hold their nerve a little bit. As we see potentially a big goal here. It's Italy is through, second chance. And they do take the lead. The emoji comes out. Italy can't believe it. Brazil behind. And do we also have Mexico getting one back against Poland? Whoa, what a finish that is.
Fantastic finish. And what's interesting as well in the Brazil game, Brazil actually have a red card. They are currently down to 10 men in the 78th minute. But that game at the moment is actually 1-1. So this is Italy's perfect chance to nab all 3 points from Brazil and secure that #1 spot in the group so far.
I've just been utterly stitched up by production. And they go, yeah, sorry, Cole, that was actually the 1-1. Oh, cheers, guys. Let's see some kickoffs. Let's see some 0-0 kickoffs. That'll be good to see. Anyway, 13 minutes left for Chile versus Turkey. Chile getting a bit desperate, diving in there against the goalkeeper. Turkey taking all the time in the world to slow this one down and keep that ball.
And on the Japan-Jordan game, that looks like that's potentially going to finish 0-0 unless the potential last corner kick from Jordan can get them that win. But not great.
No, not great at all, but we do have a very attacking free kick opportunity here for Chile. They've got some big men in the box. From that fella in the middle in particular, surely he's going to be the target. No, instead it's floated to the back post. Time for Chile on the ball. They lob it forwards, not able to do anything more with it. This is really where they need to be incisive. They have to pick that ideal pass. There's a ball up top, it is taken into the Turkeyan penalty box. A chance for the hook back, but it's just gone out of play. And once more for Chile, it's so near yet so far.
I mean, I would just hope, we've got 3 games left today, and I just need to see Chile tighten up on their passing. They're not bad players. If they were, they wouldn't be here. They're one of the 12 nations qualified for the FIFAe finals for eFootball console. They can play well. They know they can. They just need to calm down, and hopefully a little bit of a break will give them that.
Yeah, I mean, they were saying in the pre-match interview that they had to qualify from home rather than in a lovely esports building like other teams. Had to fight through adversity to be here, but there's some serious adversity here. It's well defended there by Chile. They have to get rid of this ball they have. 3 minutes in game now.
And it seems like the red card for Brazil has cost them because Italy have gone 2-1 up against Brazil. And if they can hold on for the next 4 minutes, that's a huge 3 points for Italy.
Turkey have a chance to wrap it up. There's a pass into the centre if they can find it, but decent defending. Chile know there's 3 minutes left. They have to score from this attack if they're to make it back into this game and steal a point. Ball's into the middle. The header's not going to reach it, though. It's the wrong decision from Chile. And if I can see that, surely the players can. Surely their coach can.
All Chile needed there was a consolidation goal. Something to give them a little bit of confidence going into the round 3 to know that they can score. But, I mean, what a performance from Turkey. I feel like they really played phenomenally there.
Yes, yeah. Looking like a decent team there, Turkey. Certainly their first half performance was one to write home about. The second one wasn't the best, really, overall on the pitch, but it didn't have to be. When you have a 2-goal lead, you can get rid of that ball, you can boot it away, you can frustrate your opponents. That's more than good enough.
And I would love to see the chat for Turkey at the moment because they are so grateful towards the supporters. And I feel like that's definitely going to be spurring them on. But completely different to Kea we're seeing today so far. And that Brazil-Italy game finishing 2-1
Wow.
to Italy. That red card it completely cost them the game.
Yeah, and completely changed the group as well. I think it's the current update where Brazil and Italy are on 11 points, but let's worry about that later, because right now Veracity is with Turkey.
Thank you very much for that, Cole. Now, Muja, I have to ask you, yesterday's performance against Chile didn't go your way. Today, however, you came back throwing punches left, right, and center. So what were the discussions like with yourself and the rest of the team before this matchup?
Yesterday, wasn't that good, really. Like, the result weren't like what we wanted. And today, we changed the formation against Chile, and we saw they lost 5-0 against Brazil. So we thought, like, if we're a bit more attacking from the start, we can get to control early on, and it worked. We scored early, and the rest of the game they were like started to rush with their passes, and we got the control. So it was good. Still like trying to step up, because yesterday wasn't that good for us, but like at least not losing. That's good, because it's a really tough group. So, and before our hard games now, Italy, Thailand, and Brazil, this win was really important. 3 points. So we're happy about it.
Well, you're currently third in your group, so that's got to be a feel-good feeling. But yesterday in particular, you boys had a lot of draw results for the previous game. So facing up against Italy now, what are you going to change to ensure that you secure yourself another victory?
I mean, hopefully our new formation, it's now 4-3-3. Yesterday we were playing 4-4-2. It works again, but maybe not, because it's different against every team. Everyone has different playing styles. So we're gonna like look during the game if it works or not, and then we can change maybe, and hopefully like we can keep going like against Chile.
Well, you know what? I'm going to let you get back to it. Go get your revenge on your teammate with that Axe body spray, and it's back over to the studio.
Thanks so much, Veracity. Yeah, a big game coming up for Turkey, like they said. They're taking on Italy in the next round after securing that 2-0 victory over Chile, which was our feature matchup just a few moments ago. Again, tables reversed from yesterday. That's a running theme, I think we're seeing a little bit. We mentioned that. Teams now know how to play each other, Abdul.
Yes, of course. I mean, the teams are more prepared. I think even Morocco, they grabbed some points just in this round against Indonesia. I mean, tough opponent. And yeah, Saudi lost. Italy won against Brazil, as we see here. I think Italy are already through to the next round, along with Indonesia, probably. Brazil, maybe they need still a draw or a win. Another win or draw would definitely secure them a spot. As we see here in the results, yes, Chile lost, of course, against Turkey. Yes, Chris?
I think that the big one for me here, though, is Thailand beating Saudi Arabia. That is a massive result in the whole of Group A. Realistically, that's going to tighten things up big time in the bottom. Thailand, I believe, are still sitting 5th. But there is a point in it now. It is so close.
And the bottom of that table, Japan being held to a draw by Jordan, is pretty crucial as well. Japan, need to start picking up points, because we saw Poland leapfrog them earlier on today.
It's going to start getting really tight towards the end of the day. That's why I love day 2 of groups, because it comes down to, and then we have to figure out the permutations and everything on the fly, and just figuring out where we're going. But yeah, it's still really difficult to put a pin in exactly who's going to go through. But that's why we love it.
I think, like Abdul said, I think Indonesia, 19 points. That's a hefty bag of points they've got there. Topping Group B, they look like they should be going through. And then on the same side in Group A, Italy, 14 points. Again, that's a pretty nice haul after these 7 matches. And that's just confirmation of them there. Brazil, 11, Turkey, 10. At the moment, we're really looking at Saudi Arabia versus Thailand, maybe who takes that 4th spot.
Yes, I mean, it's getting really close now. Thailand, the win against Saudi, I mean, gave them like a huge boost, and definitely they are in the race now for the top 4.
It was a must-win. They had to win that game. For Saudi Arabia, okay, not the end of the world. It would have been good to really put them away, but look, that makes things a little bit more tense over the next few games.
Well, Saudi Arabia, they've got Chile next for Thailand. Unfortunately, they have Brazil. Well, we'll talk about that more in a few moments. Let's go to Group B and just look at the standings as well after 7 matches. I already mentioned it, Indonesia. Abdul reckons that's enough to take them through. I would totally agree with him there. Poland, probably 13 points. It's just when you're looking further down. Morocco, I think after the next matchup, we'll probably say, they're out of chances. Jordan, though, are still very much in contention.
Yes. I mean, I would love to see if Jordan is going to face Mexico in the next round. I'm not sure. But that would be a good game to see because Jordan just played against Japan.
They indeed are.
Oh,
going up
that is the game. Yeah, that's
Huge
the game that I think we will see who is going probably to finish for.
And Mexico beat Jordan yesterday 2-1.
Oh.
They were victorious. I mean, there's so many places. Oh, we just got a few people walking in front of the camera. Hello, we're still here. There's so many kind of matches that we want to keep an eye on. We said that one was a big one, but our feature matchup, Brazil-Thailand, that's absolutely massive as well. I don't know which ones you guys are watching at home, and that actually will take me to something that I really want to tell you about. If you're watching on FIFA.gg, well, we are going to reward you as well. We have some viewership rewards. Just make sure you sign up on that website, and then there's a lot of chances for you to win some cool prizes over the next, 3 days of competition here and then 4 days of competition next week in Rocket League as well. I don't know if you can see the little setup we have here. I've got one of the prizes I can show you. I'm going to be adding to the table every day. I'm going to get it because you can't see it. Hang on. This replica trophy. You can win one of these if you sign up. But all you have to do is make an account on FIFA.gg, put your credentials in, and then watch us for as long as you want. The more you watch us, the more prizes you can win. And I'm going to say there's a massive prize as well. Do you know what the top prize is, guys? Do you know?
I do, but I'm going to let you reveal it.
I will tell you. It is 2 tickets for the World Cup next year, travel included. I mean, that's a massive prize.
That's a huge.
Should we sign up now? Because I'd like to go.
I was about to say, my laptop's downstairs and it's been on the entire time, so make sure you're trying to be there, okay? Because I'm trying to get in line. We don't get them, okay? So I'm in line as well. Thank you very much.
This is a replica trophy, but the trophy, the big one, is down there, and Brazil, they're hopeful that they can take it home. Obviously, I'm going to put this one back down. They were runners-up. There we go. They were runners-up last year, and they are still in contention. They're taking on Thailand, who actually lifted one of these trophies earlier on in the year. They were world champions themselves. They have been flailing, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Trying to find something that works, a partnership that works, a formation that maybe works.
And they seem to have figured it out a little bit today. One team that hasn't need to figure anything out today is Brazil. They've been coasting, as we kind of have seen. Yesterday, they lost to Italy there yesterday and today. Not the end of the world again. That's a battle at the top of the groups. They'll be thinking to themselves, okay, well, let's make sure we're doing it well when it comes to knockouts. I would pretty much guarantee both those two teams are through to that. But for Thailand, every single game is now huge. But they've massively put themselves in contention to get through.
What would you like to see from Thailand today against Brazil?
Honestly, I mean, today it's like they rested everything, They came with totally different mindset and with totally different, probably maybe they changed something in the formation. But the way they are playing and the way they are dominating their opponents, I mean, Saudi couldn't do much against them. So against Brazil, if they manage to grab a point or even 3 points, I think we will definitely see them in the next round.
Well, we're focusing on Group A in terms of this featured matchup, Brazil taking on Thailand. But in Group B, we've mentioned it, Morocco have been struggling a little bit so far this competition, only a point next to their names. They are going up against Poland in this next round. Before that matchup, though, I just want to learn a little bit more about this side.
That's my first time coming in Riyadh for competition. I love Arabia Saudi. It's just so beautiful country. I'm so happy for coming and for represent my country. That's my dream, for represent Morocco. I'm not excited, I'm not nervous. I'm ready. I'm ready for playing. I'm here just for one objective. My dream is for a win, is normal, but I don't want to thinking for the win. I'm really focused just about the tournament.
Come on, Morocco. We want to see them get a victory, don't we, out here today? They're looking cool. They've got a big task at hand. Hopefully they can get some more points on the board in Group B and lift their tally from 1 point so far. They've got a draw to their name, but it'd be nice to see them do a little bit better still, as they've got a few more matches still to play. Right then, Brazil, Thailand, that's our featured matchup. Let's talk a little bit more about this one. Brazil, last round, didn't go to plan against Italy.
No, it didn't, but again, another very good team they're going to be going up against for the rest of the tournament, I would say. But the game against Thailand, to be honest, they were yesterday with the only team to really stick a lot of goals past them. It was a 4-0 win for Brazil. And again, I spoke about Thailand and their low scoring. They haven't conceded a lot outside of the games against Brazil. So this is another one of those games, though. They need to tighten that up, figure out what went wrong yesterday, because it went really wrong, and try and turn it around. Because right now, today, they have been a lot better. Managing to find a win, a draw against Italy as well. Let's see if you can tighten up and find a little bit of a surprise result.
Would you agree with that, Abdul?
Oh yeah, completely. You know, Thailand, today, they showed that they can go far in this tournament. Yesterday, I mean, we didn't see much from them. And now they are facing probably one of the 2 best teams in the tournament. If they manage to do well against them, I think they are like...
Back in the conversation,
yeah.
right?
Do you think this lack of consistency, though, is due to the inexperienced nature of this Thai side?
It could be, but again, I think just when I look at their results, I'm always just a bit cautious because it's all very tight outside of the game against Brazil yesterday. But other than that, it's been really close games. They're a goal here or there from being in a much better position, or, well, potentially a worse one at some stage. But I think it could be a part of an experience, but as the tournament goes on, they will grow, and we are seeing that. Bit better today, got yesterday out of the way, potential to get something done today.
Well, the Twitch chat think Brazil are going to be victorious in this next matchup. Let's see. In terms of Jin Sui, Abdul, obviously, you know, he's a world champion.
Yes.
If you were him last night, what would you have been doing? Would you go and like watch that final matchup just to give yourself some confidence that you can achieve something?
Yes, but also before that, I need to see the games we played yesterday with my teammates and fix the mistakes we had. And now probably is the best time to play against Brazil. Brazil just came from a loss. So mentally, the Brazil team is not like in the best shape, not like winning or something. So this is the best moment for Thailand. And also they came from a win against Saudi, which gave them a huge hope. Oh, we see some Joga Bonito
too.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It would have been hard to watch back the Brazil match from yesterday via Thailand because they got defeated 4-0.
Oh, it's fine. Sometimes it really hurts to see yourself losing, but that's how you learn.
And in terms of what you would have done last night and what you may expect or have expected the Thai team to have done, would they have found lots of people online to have some practice games against as well, or would it just been watching the games from yesterday?
I don't think they will be playing online because it's better for them to play offline here, you know. But I don't think it's about playing games. It's about watching the games and then analyzing the mistakes that they had together and what they can improve and avoid.
Yeah, they played enough games yesterday, didn't they? 5 matches. I don't think they needed any more after they put their controllers down yesterday after match 5. Okay, well, it is time for our 3rd round of fixtures today. It is Brazil taking on Thailand. Let's hand over to your commentary team for this one. We've got Wes and Harry.
Let's play, folks. Round 3 of day 2. Brazil against Thailand. The studio summed it up perfectly. Things are all a bit too tight for Thailand at this stage. And Brazil, Wes, they're almost at risk here of being kind of pulled into a dogfight at the lower end of Group A.
Yeah, the English football parlance of a 6-pointer is upon us here with Brazil and Thailand. And yeah, you're quite right. They really are in danger of being sucked into one of those 5th place spots. Of course, this game is massive for both teams.
It is indeed. Thailand will want revenge from day 1. Just 24 hours ago, they were in this exact fixture, losing 4-0. A chance at redemption here, maybe. Those types of tackles won't do you any favours with the referee, though.
They certainly weren't looking to just try and disrupt that flow of Brazil. Don't let them get their wheels to the track, as it were. To start to just unseat them a little bit.
Well, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, with Saudi Arabia having a man sent off late on in the game against Brazil. Came to their aid in the end. Now Brazil can start to venture forward. Henriquinho, our player of the day yesterday. Inside now to João Victor, back to him, and he's going to try and find his countryman. Will pile the pressure on, though. Henriquinho here to João Victor. Oh, it's off the frame. Thailand living dangerously once again. It is cleared, but that is the first real chance of the game.
Yeah, it was. It was well worked as well. Super cancelled little dummy in there. There's a straight red card.
It's a straight red. Can you believe it? They will have to play 80 in-game minutes with 10 men.
No wonder the pause has been cued. They need to figure out how they fill the hole of Luis Figo being sent off.
Well, while the inquest happens over there, we do have, of course, 5 other games running concurrently throughout Groups A and B. Morocco haven't had the best time of things this year. And with only a couple of heats left, a couple of rounds left, sadly, it doesn't look hopeful for them, Wes.
It doesn't, no. That opening round of fixtures on day one with 5 losses was not great.
Oh, Poland, though, on the other end of things, sitting nicely, nestled second here in Group B. 4 points clear of next nearest Japan, who are likely to be, again, in another 3-way scrap between Mexico and Jordan. One nation to just keep your eye on, a very similar. I like to draw parallels between Poland and Turkey, very, very gritty nations. You don't want to come up against them in a knockout stage match. Back to our featured match. Following that sending off, Figo sent for an early bath for the Thailand team. That's a big, big blow.
It's a huge blow, and it's going to have changed the mentality in the formation, surely, as Brazil are able to recover possession.
Yeah, looks from bad to worse here, potentially, for Thailand. You don't want to give those Joga Benito skills of João Victor any extra breathing room. Henriquinho on the ball now, looking to try and break through the lines. Massive games going on throughout, and I'm seeing big goals out the corner of my eye as well, as teams and nations are fighting for survival here in the group stages. This is going to be a long game for Thailand, isn't it, Wes?
Yeah, it's 80 minutes they're going to have to go with 10 men. It's a very, very daunting task, especially against a formidable Brazilian side.
Not the type of test you want at this stage of the tournament. Inside to João Victor. Look at this beautiful footwork. Just missing the end product. João Victor again inside to Henriquinho. Quick strike was what was called for. Brazil, they will be relentless. This will be a siege for the rest of this game.
Yeah, they will. They're going to have to really put the pressure on Thailand here and really kind of put some fear into that back line. They're going to have to hold it. You can see the heart rates are starting to already go up on both sides here, but as I say, Henriquinho sitting at 150 plus. He's certainly feeling the pressure.
Well, here he is on the ball, receiving it with Hula into João Victor, but the goalkeeper makes a stunning save there. It's the 16-year-old world champion making the manual save. Shui to his nation's rescue. But once again, Brazil come forward. That's a strong tackle, though. And now Brazil concentrating here in defence. Pouring the ball forward. That'll be a nice little bit of relief for Thailand. Half an hour gone.
Yeah, it'd be refreshing for them to get it into Brazilian territory, knowing that they're able to just get some breathing room here. I mean, who knows, if they're able to nick a goal here, Harry, they might just batten down the hatches and take a 1-0.
Well, not that Thailand will be having eyes anywhere else other than this match, but elsewhere in this group. Group rivals Saudi Arabia have a goal up against Chile as Thailand threaten and win themselves a corner here. Half an hour gone.
Routine kind of set pieces, a long throw and a knockdown, and there's a half opportunity there for Thailand. They have got themselves another set piece here. It might be their key to victory, now being down to 10 men.
It'll be Frankex to whip in the corner. Oh, it's into a dangerous area. That's a wayward pass, though. Now, Henriquinho into the feet of João Victor. And this is what he does.
It's what he does to great aplomb. He's just able to just manipulate the ball within eFootball, and once he gets it back, he'll look to cause maximum damage.
The longer this game goes on, the more frustrated, perhaps, Brazil could become. If they don't find themselves a good chance here soon. Into the feet of Henriquinho, looking over the top for João Victor. Frankex that time with the Thai clearance. Again, just sent into the correct area, but no one quite on the end of it. Very, very narrow, the Brazilian players. João Victor in the box, nice feint, beats his man, beats another! Oh! Really beats himself in the end. And I mentioned that goal elsewhere in this group, Saudi Arabia, the nation in which Thailand are trying to chase, score a 6-minute goal. And over it in Group B, Japan score first against the reigning champions Indonesia.
Yeah, and then you've got Poland against Morocco. It's the brilliant ball into the box. It's thundered home, but that game has got a second goal, which I'm sure we'll get footage of as we're back with that featured game.
Oh, Thailand, not giving up here. You might just think Thailand sit back with 10 men, just defend, try and steal a point from this. No, that's not the cloth from which they are cut. They want to get some goals here.
Yeah, they're picking their moments to attack. They know that they've got a hole somewhere on this football pitch that they're trying to just mask long enough to formulate their own attacks. They've got themselves another corner.
Last one was punched away by the Brazilian keeper inside the 6-yard box. This time going a bit longer. Trying to recycle the attack here. Good defensive work. Henriquinho, that time, sparing the blushes of Brazil. And it's been a frustrating half for Brazil.
It has, but it just seems that the red card hasn't really shaken Thailand's confidence here like you would expect it to as we draw in on the final moments of this first half. But Brazil, like you said, they don't want to go and push too far because, again, you can't leave gaps behind yourself.
Last attack of the half then. It's a somewhat hit and hope pass, perhaps putting the pressure on, and well, the referee has been a bit unfair there. I wondered if that was going to be a corner late on in the first half. Over in the second half, Italy-Turkey. 4 points between them in the group, both as it stands within the top 4 and advancing to the knockout stages. This one, well, this could be a very intriguing result to keep an eye on here in Group A, Wes. Both of these nations will have high aspirations, and it is Turkey trying to go forward here around the hour mark.
Yeah, well, these 4 players on the sticks know each other incredibly well. They've had many a battle between themselves in a co-op format. So it's no surprise that we're sitting at 60 minutes gone and 0-0.
Yeah, a lot of respect shown between the two sets of players for either nation. In terms of nation chemistry, you'd argue Muchahit and Arda Galazo probably two with the longest standing relationship in that co-op format. So Turkey definitely a nation worth keeping an eye on. Strong challenge though from Eterito as we swap back to our featured match. Brazil-Thailand second half. And a reminder, Figo sent off with 10 minutes gone. João Victor though, here with Hullit. Oh, he struck it all the way through! Massive relief for the Canary squad. They They break the deadlock. It took them quite some time. But it's that man, Ruud Gullit. The catalyst in game, scored by the catalyst outside of it, João Victor.
Tie resistance finally broken right on the 50-minute mark. And as you rightly mentioned, it was that Dutchman, Ruud Gullit. We'll see the ball again here. It's Ronaldinho with just a simple ball over the top. A super cancelled run that was able to just get Ruud Gullit ahead. And as a result, able to fire that one home via the sticks of Jay Victor.
Great chemistry between the two Brazilians. That pass completely in sync, perfectly timed, and as you said, the super cancelled run. Such a difficult skill to master, the super cancel. You'll see part of the trickery, part of the footwork, and the magic from João Victor comes from that one skill of cancelling your action, your animation halfway through. That will not be a fun sight for Thai fans around the world, because elsewhere Saudi Arabia have maintained their 1-goal advantage in their match, and Brazil, they are looking to open the floodgates here. João Victor, Henriquinho, João Victor again inside the box, step over once, step over twice, and it's out for a corner. It's trickery, it looks nice. Corner's the result.
It's why he's so dangerous. He loves that combinations of skill moves, double touches, body feints, you name it, he's got it in the locker.
Corner swung in. It will come to João Victor, tried the first time, spin. Didn't work out for him. It's a 3-on-3 momentarily. That's a strong challenge by João Victor, and he's won the ball back as well. And now it turns to a 4v4. Countering the counter, holds the ball up as well with Ronaldinho. Crossed in towards Gullit, who rises highest. Goal kick.
There's a goal to tell you about in Italy versus Turkey, and it's gone the way of the Azzurri. They've put themselves a goal ahead.
Who else but Eterito scoring that one, Wes?
Who else indeed? Who thought that the fire would have gone out in that, I would say, relatively young man?
Well, technical pause here. Henriquinho's all smiles, all laughs. Around the ground, we have some interesting scorelines. Japan maintaining their goal advantage over Indonesia. That would be a massive, massive 3 points. On the hour mark though, subs have come in, tactical changes have been made. And Thailand, dare I say it, need to salvage something from this match, Wes.
Yeah, they were up against it. A point certainly wasn't great against Italy. Yes, they managed to salvage it from being 1-0 down. This here, though, is particularly damaging. They've still got time on the clock, though, and they still have talented players on the sticks. They still have talented players on the field, and that might be the kind of silver lining despite being 1-0 down.
Henriquinho, nice shielding of the ball, was it? No, Frankex, tenacious in his pursuit. Henriquinho again here for Brazil. It's been one-way traffic for the majority of this game. Henriquinho into the box. Nice super cancel, not once but twice, into a dangerous area. We've had tight games throughout this competition. And that's such a big tackle by Junsui, the young world champ.
Had to be made there. It's getting into kind of the last real opportunities. Yes, there's still 20 minutes to go, but you can't do damage if you haven't got the ball, and that is something that Thailand have not had at a premium in this game. It has been a lot of possession ball by Brazil as they make their way in again.
Oh, Henriquinho with a stunning strike. Oh no, it's crossed the line. It's crossed the line, and it puts Brazil into a 2-goal cushion. The goal line technology called into play, and when you put the ball into a dangerous area, Wes, you ask those questions, and there's nothing Frankex could have done about that.
He certainly could. I mean, you saw the power bar go up on the clearance. I mean, if you just try and manually clear it with your shoot command, You don't have a power bar, but that clearance could have gone anywhere, so you can understand why he's gone with it, but it's just about crept over the line. And unfortunately for Thailand, they now have a 2-goal deficit that they have to overcome.
Well, the saving grace for Thailand is that Italy and Turkey, well, that's a result that is favouring them at this moment in time. Italy, top of the group. Turkey are still within touching distance, theoretically, of Thailand.
Yeah, but I think the result that hasn't done them any favours is Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's the Italians winning that one. And as you said, Wes, Saudi Arabia, the host nation, in a commanding position elsewhere against Chile. Right now, Enriquinho and Brazil have been dominant. Look at this, you don't know which way he's going until he pulls the trigger. Good save by Jean-Sui, it'll come right back at them though, as João Victor! He stayed alive behind the lines! The celebration comes out once again. João Victor stayed alert, Enriquinho found him. And that is game 3-0.
You see all these celebrations from Jay Victor, you do often wonder who his favourite football player is that wears a yellow jersey. It's a wonderful finish. As you said, kept alive behind the lines, manages to find a brilliant goal, and that will surely settle that game with Thailand. As I'm sure we've got other results we're going to try and keep up with, but this one certainly looks like it's in the books. 10-man Thailand are now 3 goals down to the Brazilians.
Indeed, late goals around the grounds have stirred the drama a little bit here in the arena. But one thing is for certain, Brazil are on their way to another 3 points here in Group A. Last year's runners-up made the really difficult choice, didn't they, to draft in Enriquinho off. See you later. Frankex giving chase there. João Victor now flicks it up as well. This time Frankex makes the clearance, bringing in Enriquinho, shipping away Guifera. It's always going to be such a big risk, and I tell you what, Enriquinho has passed every test thrown at him. Here he is on the ball now. To the feet of João Victor, nice link up from them. Go on, get a goal! Why not? He's been playing provider the entire game. Brazil almost got their 4th.
Yeah, it's great footwork again. Just finding those split-second moments that you have to execute a strike or execute a shot, a goal. And Brazil appear to be absolute experts at finding those tiny moments where they can get a shot away that's clean enough to cause the keeper some issues.
Well, full time on the horizon here. Can Thailand perhaps get themselves? It would be a consolation. 4 minutes added on. The full-time whistle is ringing out throughout our grounds. Big drama elsewhere. Well, Jean-Sui wasn't going to try and let Brazil get away from this match unscathed. But last year's runners-up look absolutely formidable. As for Thailand, it'll be back to the drawing board for them. As a 10th minute Figo sending off was foreshadowing for the misery. Brazil, with another win on the board, looks set for our knockout stages. They win this one, Wes, commandingly. 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand will never know whether they would have beaten Brazil 11v11. Such was the red card so early in the game. It caused them to completely change tactic, but as a result, it didn't really matter to the boys in yellow and green. They were very happy to see 11v10, and they took all advantage they could away from that one.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for them. Only 2 games remaining, I believe, in the group stages. They need results to go their way, Thailand. The War Elephants would love to make it to the knockout stages. They were out in groups last year, but I tell you, a nation who did well last year Brazil. Milos is with João Victor.
Yes, I am. I'm with the man himself. And I got to say, look, when you saw that there was a red card raised against your opponents the first 10 minutes, what did you guys feel? What did you talk about?
Yeah, I celebrate because this is really good to us. You know, you have a great creation in the center. So they have a red card with IMF. So the space is too open. So you celebrate too much.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got it over the line. A pretty quick game in this, 3-0. But up next, you're playing against Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, there was a few complications. Today, can you get the revenge on the Saudi squad?
You know, yesterday was perfect for Brazil against Saudi. You was 1-0. You have opportunity with Gullit, and he shot out. But after the 17, you have a great problem with goalkeeper. He make a great mistake. But you are so relaxed, you are so chill. You know how to play. Brazil joga bonito. So it's a great match. I respect too much Saudi, and let's see. I think it's a good match.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Back to the studio for more action.
Thanks, Milos. Yeah, great to hear from Jay Victor there, just about that epic victory over Thailand. Confirmation 3-0 victory. It was always going to be an uphill battle, though, Chris, wasn't it, for Thailand when they got that red card early
Yeah,
doors?
that's really tough. And when that happens as well, especially we built the game up to, is this maybe some redemption from Thailand from yesterday, and they don't get that opportunity. Yeah, a bit of a sad one to see that's how it's going to kind of end, because to be honest, they did actually relatively well throughout the majority of the first half with 10 men. We're defending very well, but Brazil, as they often do, always find a way. Some brilliant goals scored by Brazil, and once the first one goes in, if you're Thailand, it's pretty much game over, right? It's going to be very difficult to bring that one back, but plenty of other big games going on as well, and I think, you know what, we're really setting ourselves up nicely for these last couple of games. Things are getting extremely tight.
Yeah, we've only got 2 matches left for these guys to play, match 9 and 10, or 4 and 5 of today as well. And let's just conclude the results from round 7 there. Group A, so we've got Chile, Saudi Arabia. We just heard the results of that, on Brazil, Thailand, 3-0. Wow. Italy, Turkey, 1-0 to Italy. Poland, Morocco, 4-1. That was a massive result for Poland. Japan, Indonesia, well, they were tied on 1 apiece there, and Jordan 1-0 over Mexico.
That's huge as well, because the group gets really, really tight in B. I'm sure we're going to have a look at it in a second, but yeah, it's getting crazy.
We can give you confirmation of Group A now, and Italy, they have now secured themselves a spot in the knockouts. Everyone else still to play for, because we still have 2 rounds, so 6 potential points there. Chile look like they're out of things, but you know, they could still, they're not certainly out of things. Let's have a look at Group B, because confirmation that 2 teams from Group B go through, and that's Indonesia and Poland, 20 and 16 points respectively. And then if you look at the bottom of the table there, unfortunately 1 point is not enough for Morocco, so unfortunately they are now out of the competition, will not be going through to knockouts, but of course will still play their final 2 matches, which are against Japan and Jordan.
Yes, if you see the table here, you see that Mexico and Jordan are very close, and even the goal difference is like very even closer, you know. But now the next 2 rounds is where everything will be decided. Jordan have a huge chance to make it. Mexico also. You know, I really can't wait to see what will happen.
Jordan maybe have the bigger chance because they're playing the team like Morocco, who may be feeling very dejected now because they know they're not going through to the knockouts.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Jordan, after the first 2 games earlier today, I think they are back on track, especially against Mexico. I think, you know, Jordan, I believe they can do something, and they can make it to the next round.
Yeah, if you're Jordan and you have a team like Morocco, are you going, okay, I'm rubbing my hands at that because they maybe, you know, aren't going to play their best now that they are not going through?
It's still a pressure situation,
do you think?
Because you're expected to win that game, and it's never always just that simple. All the teams here are good teams. Okay, look, it's been tough for Morocco, absolutely, but they still have some good players on that team. You have to be careful.
Well, our feature matchup, you know what it was. It was Brazil taking on Thailand. 3-0, the victory Brazil managed to get in the end. And we know that Thailand did get a red card on the 12th minute, really early doors.
Early.
And I'm sure that sparked their heart rate? I'm sure it went through the roof. Chris, did it?
Well, I think it actually went down. I think maybe
I've been stressed out.
a
I'm gonna
broken
go now.
heart, maybe. I'm trying to see exactly what the time was and stuff. It doesn't show up on our screen on there. But yeah, no, look, it would have been pretty early on, and I think just pretty steady for both of them all the way through. But I think that's just kind of indicative of the sense of as soon as that red card comes in, you know when you're going up against a team like Brazil, you need everything to be going your way, and it did not. On the other hand, though, we can actually have a quick look at Brazil, and we'll have a look at how they were feeling about their game pre-stand. I love seeing we had a bit of a crossover here, Rachel. Somebody like taking over when they've necessarily been the calmer. I'm really trying to overanalyze the heart rates. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, look, Brazil, very, very happy with that. Always playing an intense atmosphere. They'll be happy with the result, irrelevant how they got it.
Absolutely. Well, 2 more matches to go. We have a little break for the teams now. They have about 15-10 minutes off. How important is this break right now in the group stages, Abdul?
Yes, now it's only 2 more rounds. The teams that who are fighting for the top 4, especially for Jordan on the second group, now you need to get only probably 1 or 2 wins out of, let's say, the 2 games. So relax, chill, you can do it, believe in yourself, and I'm not sure what they will play against for the next 2 rounds, but I think they can do it.
You're in the casting booth next. You're casting Saudi Arabia, Brazil. Can they chill out when they go up against the Brazilian outfit?
No way.
No, see? You contradict yourself.
No way
there.
against Brazil, no. But what a game that will be, you know.
What a game that will be, and that is coming your way next in about 10 minutes' time, because we're having a short break now for our players just to recoup and reset. It's this big one. It's Brazil taking on Saudi Arabia, and that's coming your way shortly.
اللعب كما يقول التعريف نشاط يمارس الترفيه بلا جدوى وبلا أثر. لكن وش يصير إذا اللعب صار له نظام؟ من هنا بدينا، كان الشغف وكل منافسة نظمناها كانت في بناء مشهد حقيقي، مشهد يستمر ما ينتهي مع يوم أو بطولة. نظمنا تجربة، هذا امتداد الرؤية تحول إلى إنجاز، ورا كل مجد طريقة وصلناه وبدايته توها تكتب.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where the journey begins before you fly, where lounges are a destination in themselves, and your world is always within reach. A place where you're looked after, and the smallest details bring the biggest smiles. This is Qatar Airways, the world's best for a record 9th time.
Read all about it. World Cup prep begins.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Trading for World Cup in North America has begun. And you would not believe what these guys are up to.
White 17, white 17, hot!
Preparations spiral out of control across the globe as the hunt for World Cup glory intensifies. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting started.
What was that?
Smells finer than the finest perfumes. New Axe Fine Fragrance.
Bruno!
When you're all in, anything can happen. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola.
The digital world speaks the language of zeros and ones. And now, with advanced digital systems, countless new numbers join the field. A 7 can break the pattern. A 9 can be the game changer. At Globant, cutting-edge technologies are at the core of everything we do, driving new and innovative solutions to shape the future of FIFA and companies across every industry. We are the official tournament sponsor of the FIFAe Finals 2025. Globant, technology that dares to delight.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
الابتكار والتطور للجميع مش بس للمغامرين.
تصميم الكيا كي 4 وهيكلها الرياضي أول شيء يلفت انتباهك.
تصميم مرة حلو، بس بالنسبة لي أنا التكنولوجيا تفرض نفسها.
Kia, movement that inspires.
في السفر حتلاقي مفاجآت جديدة عليك، وهذا يمكن يخليك تتردد شوي. مع فيزا كل شيء مقبول، حتى ما يعض، صح؟ مقبولة عندنا، لأنها الخطوة اللي تسبق إنك تسوي شيء كنت دائما تشوفه مستحيل، وهذا اللي يميزك.
Slim like a whisper, sharp in the hand, never unplanned. Every move got his game, smooth like ice, cold like flame. What's your edge?
Hello, Moto.
I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Hey there, come with me, gotta drum up some explosions. Shake it out, bounce on repeat. let's break down the door. No, I won't wait no more. Let's do it. No more waiting, let's just go. Pumping up your pulse, yeah, I wanna do it all. Let's flip a coin, we're down and then up. Dancing on the walls, yeah, I wanna do it all. Just mess around, I like to keep it intense. Shoot it to the skies and do it again. No more waiting, let's just
Well, welcome back to the FIFAe World Cup Finals 2025. You're watching eFootball console, and we have our penultimate matchup of the group stages, and it's those two teams battling it out. Yes, it's Brazil taking on Saudi Arabia. They sit second and third, respectively, in Group A. A win for either team would guarantee themselves a knockout spot. That is what's up for grabs in this matchup. Kristen and Cole alongside me up here, going to talk you through exactly what's at stake. I just mentioned it's a big matchup, Cole, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's bigger for Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia lose this, you're thinking suddenly things get really nervy and it's tough for them to dig themselves out of that hole. But Chris, if Brazil lose it, they've got more points, and I'd say they're a better team as well.
Yeah, I would say that Brazil are pretty safe at this stage, but to be honest with you, Saudi Arabia, yeah, they need the win.
Yeah, a guaranteed win, like I mentioned, would send them through because this group is tighter, isn't
Very
it?
tight.
Saudi Arabia have 12 points to Brazil's 14, to Turkey's 10. And then Thailand, you know, they still are in it with 8 points next to their name. So let's not kind of write anyone off at this moment. And in terms of both the groups, if you're watching just before that break, 3 are currently through, and that is Italy in Group A, and in Group B, it is Indonesia and Poland, and 1 team are currently out. Unfortunately, that is Morocco. So 5 spots left. A lot to play for in these last 2 matches.
And this is why we love the group stages, though, when you get down to these moments. And it just shows how competitive it is this year as well, though, that a lot of the teams are very, very close to each other, and anything can kind of swing. Like yesterday, we wouldn't have expected Saudi Arabia, when they played up against Brazil, to win their game against Brazil. This is now a game where, okay, they've beaten them before, but they know how Brazil have been playing. Are they able to do that again? You've got other games that you wouldn't have expected to go certain ways. It's been a crazy day so far.
The pressure's high on the floor for all these players. They want to go through to the knockout. The pressure is less intense when you come up the floors here. We're on, floor 2? It's a little bit more chilled. That's because our studio's here and we're very relaxed, as are the streamers. Cool as well. Talking of streamers, CJ has been running around all morning for us, and he's actually caught up with some of them.
We've got a ton of co-streamers here live at the FIFAe World Cup 2025 all around the arena, which is fantastic to see. And I think we might just interrupt one of them. Med Nasser is in here. He's one of the biggest eFootball creators, and we're going to see what he thinks of it so far. So let's hop on in. Hello. Med Nasser, how are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. How about you?
Oh, absolutely loving the event so far. How have you found the first day of the FIFAe World Cup?
The first word which came into my mind is professional. Very, very professional. I've never been to a tournament like this that professional.
And we're live on stream as well. You're able to co-stream the event from the arena. How cool is that to be able to co-stream?
It's pretty cool, especially because we are having the freedom to stream what we want, when we want. Of course, we need to make our work good, but make our job good. But yeah, it's nice to have that freedom. And with this professional setup, of course.
And you be supporting Turkey, obviously. How do you think they're going so far?
I think the second day is better than the first day. Now, yesterday I talked to Arda and he told me like next day or tomorrow we need to shift the gears, and I was like, yeah, you have to, because first day was not promising, but now they are delivering on the pitch.
And who do you expect to see in the final? Who do you think is going to win it all?
My top 3 before the tournament were Brazil, Indonesia, and Italy. It's confirmed now for me that they are doing it. Maybe Brazil versus Italy, and Brazil maybe win at the end.
I like it, but no Turkey?
I would love to, and if they would win, it wouldn't be a surprise for me. Even if Poland wins, for example, it's no surprise. The level is so high, they are all so good, so in the knockout stage, everything is possible. Therefore, yeah, I would, if Turkey wins, I'm the luckiest man, But like that, I think Brazil can do it.
Well, Wes tells me you speak every single language under the sun, so you're a great place to come and watch the eFootball action. Where can we find you co-streaming the event? Where can we find you on socials?
My name is Mednasa. Everywhere, like on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere. It's Mednasa. It's my real name backwards. This is also a secret. It's like Hassan Dem. Demirci is my surname. Mednasa backwards.
There you go. Well, hopefully enjoy the rest of the event, and yeah, best of luck to Turkey.
Thank you very, very much. I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, great to hear from some of the streamers. Turkey, they actually have Thailand next. They're sitting in 4th place at the moment as it stands. They would be going through if they kept that 4th place. But this is our featured match. Of course, Saudi taking on Brazil. Brazil, Cole, have been scoring quite a lot of goals today.
Yeah, they have been scoring a lot of goals. They had some frustration earlier on against Italy where they had the red card, but after that they seem to take those frustrations out on Thailand. So it's never going to be easy. I think with the way Brazil play, it's very high risk, very high reward. When they score these goals, they get some stunners, but they do concede some simple finishes.
Saudi aren't as high-scoring a team.
Not quite.
Is this quite going to be an impact for them here?
I think it's hard to say. I think I would more so lean on the game yesterday, which was so back and forth. But when Saudi actually found themselves in the lead, they sat, and they were quite happy to sit on that lead. Hard team to do it against, though, but you're not going to have that big physical presence. Brazil have more so went for the dribblers. They went for the pace. They went for that jogo bonito, as they call it. So it's not necessarily one of those where if you sit in that box, you're not worried so much about the physicality that they're going to bring to the table, because they don't have quite as much as some of the other teams.
Of course, Saudi beat Brazil yesterday 3-2. Is this going to affect the Brazilians more than it will do the Saudis?
I mean, that game had everything. It had a red card. It had Saudi Arabia, who were on the crest of a wave. So I think that Brazil will find it easy to forget about that game because it was quite a unique one. But for Saudi Arabia, they have to build upon that, and they have to remind themselves that, look, this is the great team, finalists last year, but we can beat them. And what they want to do is get as far as they can because, you know, when these doors really open, if Saudi Arabia are still in, there's going to be fans here. They're going to be loving it, but it's so much pressure.
Saudi feel like they've had this kind of same kind of run as they had yesterday. They start slowly and they've just got their first win. Maybe the momentum now turns to them.
Yeah, I think so, especially as I was saying, that they can focus on the fact that this is against a team that they did beat yesterday, but Brazil are really starting to turn it on and coming into it off the back of a 3-0 win will get them going. Saudi need to win this one. They really have to.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. This is going to be a big matchup, the penultimate rounds of matchups here. If you mean business, you've got to bring a result out right now. And for the Brazilians, like I mentioned, this is probably a nicer position to be in. They've got 2 points in terms of the table over their next opponent, Saudi. And even that is like a bit of a mental game there. I've already got 2 points in hand over you.
I think that the thing for Brazil is like, okay, they know that this guarantees them to go through, but at the same time, they will know that if they don't win this game, it's not the end of the world. So the pressure really isn't necessarily on them. It's on Saudi Arabia. They're the ones with everybody breathing down their necks just behind them. So yeah, Saudi Arabia, the pressure's more so on that side.
This is the penultimate round of fixtures then. eFootball console day 2 here features Brazil taking on Saudi Arabia. Your commentators when we get to this matchup will be Abdulaziz and Harry Channon. But before we jump into it, let's hear from Saudi one more time.
شعور لا يوصف طبعا، وانا من الطائف ماني من الرياض. اكيد طبعا شعور انك تمثل المنتخب شعور مو طبيعي اكيد، واحنا اخترنا تمثيل المنتخب واذا نكون قد الشيء هذا. يعني لي الشيء الكثير، احنا كلعيبه هذه اهم بطوله تكون لنا على مسيرتنا بشكل عام، وهذه البطوله يعني اهم بطوله يمكن تكون في مسيرتي كلها. صراحه كانت النتائج مخيبه للامال كمستوى للعيبه، وكنا نطمح اننا نكون افضل من كذا، بس الحمد لله ربي ما كتبها، وان شاء الله السنه هذه نعوض.
We're underway and well straight into the action. between Saudi Arabia and Brazil, the two nations with the best records.
Oh, what a start.
At the real World Cup, Brazil, they've won it 5 times, and then the most winners of the FIFAe World Cup as well, Saudi Arabia. They're going head-to-head. Abdulaziz, you're with me, my friend. There's a lot on the line here.
That's a very nice statement to start with. Good job, Harry. Well, yes, we have world champions battle here. Brazil are, let's say, the favorite to win the whole thing. Saudi, the host nation, and they are doing really well so far. This game is like the most important game for the Saudi national team in this tournament.
You're not wrong. They currently sit nicely in 3rd in the group, but only the top 4 can advance. Turkey, Thailand, Chile, all giving chase. So the Saudi fans around the world will be hoping that they can get something done here against Brazil, which is a very, very tough task indeed.
Hopefully, yes. You know, Brazil is like so good in defense and attack. But the good thing here is that we managed to beat Brazil just yesterday. Why can't we do it again today?
Why not? Why not indeed? Of course, that one finished a resounding victory for the Saudi Arabian team, but this one is over the top. Oh, it's a sliding finish, but off the frame.
Fair enough. One post here, one post there. Fair enough, yes. So, even if we couldn't manage to win against Brazil, I think 1 point would be really good for us. So, if we couldn't win them, it's completely fine. We only need 1 point.
Of course, yesterday's fixture was a 3-2 victory to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So
what a game that
was an incredible game to jump into. But here it is, Brazil on the hunt. They want to chase down Italy at the top of this group for that first seed going into the knockout rounds. That's a nice attempt from João Victor, but that time cleared up the pitch.
Yeah, you know, psychologically, it's completely different situation now, because yesterday, nobody knows who will go through and who will not. Now, I think Brazil most likely are going through. Even the players know that they are going through. Saudi still, they need probably a win or a draw, so they can go through. So, let's say maybe the feelings and the tense and the pressure may get them.
Nice dribbling and hold-up play here from João Victor of Brazil. Beats his man, tries to roll into more space. But Saudi Arabia survive now and can potentially break. This is Goat Iniesta, he's dispossessed. João Victor on the ball here again, Henriquinho near side, but the referee has pulled this one back for a foul on Brazil.
Yes, if we manage to see the other results, I think Poland are winning against Jordan and Japan are winning against Morocco, which is, I mean, Morocco is already out, you know. Chile against Italy, it's pretty even. Turkey against Thailand. Thailand 1-0.
Wow, that's a big result for Thailand if it can stay that way.
You know, they are playing really well today.
Oh, headed down. Oh, it's offside. João Victor that time offside. But those two, Abdulaziz, just separated by 2 points, Turkey and Thailand here in this group.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very important game for both of these teams, especially for Thailand, because they need to win a game or at least get some points, because if they didn't manage to get any points here, I think it will be so hard and difficult for them.
Chance for Saudi Arabia now to threaten the Brazilian back line.
Oh,
that's a nice back heel.
Beautiful. Oh, what a goal!
It's in for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's a Joga Bonito goal. What a goal!
They use their own tricks against them. Saudi Arabia in front in a must-win match here.
Oh, nice. Beautiful goal. That control and that extra pass. And then what a finish. One of the most beautiful goals we have seen in this tournament so far.
Take a look at this. Iniesta.
Oh, what a ball.
Figo, then the back heel around the back. Really, really nice. There's goals going in elsewhere as well. Jordan versus Poland. It is Poland that capitalised off the mistake. That's a heartbreaker for Jordan.
So unlucky, you know, but, you know, it's part of the game. You know, Jordan, they need to get a point, or why not a win? Otherwise, they will be out. Wow. This is nice, yeah, also.
And just for Turkey take the lead in that game, and then Japan with a nice curled effort there. But then Thailand not to be outdone. Lovely cross. That's Jan Koller with the header in.
Of
Very
course,
nice.
I mean, he is like the best man on the air.
You do not want to see him waiting on the end of a cross. But half an hour gone. João Victor around the corner to Henriquinho. Brazil trailing to the Green Falcons.
What do you think, Harry, about having these two players, João and Henry, together?
I think that they're a duo that complement each other, you know, Abdulaziz. I feel like these two definitely have a bit more of a wavelength between them than perhaps last year's roster, as Brazil have a free kick here that could potentially spell danger. Henriquinho over the top towards João Victor. Oh, look at that! That is one straight from the training ground.
Oh, that's a beautiful goal, you know, free kick. He make the run and then he passed it to the other player in a very smart. I mean, Saudi players did not expect that. I think this is the first time we see a goal like that in this tournament. That's
Just
the
as I was
mystery.
saying, my friend, they seem to have a wavelength between them. They pulled that one out.
Exactly.
Just goes to illustrate exactly how well worked and in sync these two Brazilians are.
Yeah, we have always been talking about the chemistry, you know, and that's the goal. I mean, that goal shows how good these players are together.
There is
So 1-1, game on.
1-1, it is game on, Abdulaziz. Oh, what a match as the rounds tick on and the group stages come closer to their conclusion. All of these games mean so much more, which means more drama.
Exactly. You know, I think we will see more goals here. I think.
I think so too, as Brazil, having scored the most recent
Okay,
one
you
of them,
cannot make mistakes here.
could potentially be on the back foot here, but that's good defensive work by João Victor.
Yes, I think João Victor is not only good at attacking and creating chances, but he's also one of the best in defense.
His concentration levels are very high. They have to be at this level to defend well.
Exactly. You know, I think a draw for Saudi in this game, believe me, I think it will be more than enough to take them to the next round, or at least to the knockout stage.
Well, as we're approaching half-time, it looks to me as if both nations in the next 45 will be chasing that winner, of course. We won't see too much defensive mentality from either side, because both nations, Abdulaziz, will believe they can win this one. This is a bit of a tricky situation to deal with, though, for the Green Falcons.
Yes, you know, because Brazil, after the loss yesterday, they want to beat Saudi so badly, especially in this game. So this is now their, let's say, their chance to do that. On the other hand, Saudi know that this game is like the most important game for them. A 1 point, or of course, definitely 3 points, would be more than enough to go to the knockout stage.
So 2 minutes added on in the first half between these two nations here in Group A. And Saudi Arabia might just get one last chance. Note the referee blows his whistle, calls an end. And take a look at this result.
Mexico against Indonesia.
It is Mexico winning 1-0 as things stand at half-time in that fixture. The reigning champs, as we keep saying, Indonesia, who have looked so solid in Group B, trail at half-time to Mexico. That would be a valuable result for the Mexican squad.
Yeah, I mean, a win against Indonesia at this time of the tournament. Oof. You know, I think they will knock Jordan out of the tournament.
Potentially so, depending on how Jordan are doing elsewhere against Poland. We'll keep an eye on that. But we're taking a look at the final 5 minutes plus stoppages here in the first half between Turkey and Thailand. 4 goals in this first half between these two great e-footballing nations. That's really nice work, though. And it's 5 goals in the first half. Turkey in front, surely at half-time.
Oh, what a goal. I mean, Turkey is, one of the best teams in the tournament, but they didn't show that to all of us, you know, even to their opponents, until today probably. It's like they woke up today. Nice 1-2 here. And far post shot. I mean, that is really nice goal. Ball roll, oh, beautiful.
It is indeed. Great goal. And this is almost an elimination match. I mean, 4th versus 5th, Abdulaziz, in Group A.
It is.
And there is 2 points entering this match between the two. Turkey with the advantage. So you'd say Thailand, this next 45 will be very pivotal for their FIFAe World Cup 2025.
Yeah, this is like very open match, you know. You have one chance here, you have another one chance. You have a goal here, you have another goal there. So that is the difference, because we may see more goals actually, you know, 5 goals in only one half. Oh, wow.
All eyes on this match. The other 5 fixtures happening at the moment are all at half-time and are being paused. So everyone watching this one, 3 minutes of 3 have been played. It is a minimum of 3 added on, so Turkey could push forward here. Look at the white shirts. That's a nice ball over the top to Mujahid. What can he do? Back to Arda Galazzo now with Rudhulit. Strong tackle by Frankex. And it will end 3 goals to 2 in the first half.
Very good half from Turkey. I think they played really well against Thailand. Thailand played so far, especially in the second day, the way they want to play. Even though they had some difficulties against Brazil, where they had a player sent off from, let's say, 10th or 15 minutes in game time, but also they managed to grab some points against Saudi. And now they are playing really good game against Turkey. They still have one more half. It is not easy. It is not easy. The game is not done and it's not dusted yet.
Well, it certainly is not. Thailand, though, will need to turn their match around. Around the grounds, everyone paused. And everyone just taking a moment here and a chance for them to talk tactics. And there's so many pivotal games, so many close matches.
Yes, you know,
in the
Saudi,
group stages here, Abdulaziz.
Yes, I mean, Saudi against Brazil now is the time for the Saudi national team to at least grab a point or 3 points from Brazil, because Brazil probably more likely are going through. On the other hand, we have also Thailand against Turkey. This game is not finished yet. Looking forward to it.
Well, so are we, and the second half is underway. Saudi Arabia 1, Brazil 1. Our host nation are trying their best here to take another famous 3 points. I mean, 6 points taken from Brazil. 3 yesterday, another 3 today, hypothetically, would be such a great achievement for the Green Falcons. But
for sure,
Brazil are such a difficult side to beat.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, believe me, they can definitely do that. Brazil, I think they always struggle against Saudi in this tournament because of 2 things. One of the most important is that they always concede against Saudi, which shows that Saudi Arabia can score goals anyway. And on the other hand, they cannot create enough chances against Saudi Arabia. And that definitely is not helping Brazil so far. We saw them score 5 goals in one game earlier today. But now only 1 game so far, only 1 goal. Strange.
Clearly struggling with the physical game plan from Saudi Arabia. It seems to be nullifying.
Yeah, you can see high press from the Saudi national team. That doesn't give the Brazilian players enough time to think or to move or to do anything.
And it also sets Saudi Arabia on quick counters such as this one. That's off the mark. Couldn't quite find a teammate, but Henriquinho can try and set João Victor on his way. It's a foot race between him, the goalkeeper, and the defender.
That's good ball. You know, that was very quick counter-attack. He saw the player, and then he just tried to pass it in a long pass, but the goalkeeper was there, and he was more than ready.
Indeed, so past the hour mark. Saudi Arabia just seem to be Brazil's kryptonite so far this tournament. They cannot seem to break them down. We'll see if that can change with this attack. João Victor.
Oh,
that's a nice little step over to evade the challenge, holding the ball up so well. Where is Henriquinho? Here he is on the ball now. tries to hold the ball up, but a big tackle by Goat Iniesta will take the ball away. Will it? Well, that's a challenge on the other side.
Oh,
Victor
nice.
back heel around the corner. Enriquinho now into the box, sends two players for an early bath, and João Victor stands one up. Oh, it's over the bar.
Oh, that was really nice. You know, the Brazilian players are using the fake shot all the time, most of the time. And that makes the Saudi players to go down or try to slide the tackle, but it's not helping them, you know. And yeah, that was really dangerous attack. Brazil, I think they are a little bit closer and they are creating a little bit more chances.
Signs of life there from Brazil. Elsewhere we have Italy top versus Chile.
Oh,
and
beautiful.
That is why.
Oh, so
Italy,
nice.
and Naples are top in Group A as things stand. 100% record somewhat from them so far.
That was really, really nice goal, you know. It shows the chemistry, the composure. You know, Italy are flying today. And even yesterday, to be honest. We didn't talk much about Italy, don't you think?
Yeah, they've slowly gone about their business. We just saw briefly there, Mexico still holding a 1-0 advantage over Indonesia. However, Mexico playing with 10 men. They've had a man sent off in this match.
Oh, wow. So
we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, to beat Indonesia with 10 men. Oh, Mexico.
It's hard enough with 11 men. Let alone a man sent off. But they hold a 1-0 advantage as things stand. The match underway here is Italy versus Chile. And Chile on the brink of elimination. It's a tough task to go up against Italy. The Italians look set.
You know, I feel
top Group A here.
I feel that Chile, after the game against Brazil, where they lost 5-0, they could not come back from that loss.
Psychologically, really difficult to dig yourself out of that type of drubbing. Brazil, though, oh, that's a really nice turn. Who else but João Victor beats another man. Stunning strike. Oh, it's wide. Just. He can't believe it.
He's enjoying it. He's enjoying it. Very nice fake shot here. And then he took the ball again and he tried to put it in the far post, but it was not enough. But good individual work, I would say. You know, that's where the Brazilian players are good at, you know. Taking one player to another, you know.
If you're a neutral fan, you obviously would love to support Brazil just purely based on how João Victor and Enriquinho play. They have such a good chemistry between the two of them. Now, what can Saudi Arabia do in response? That is Enriquinho stepping in with a vital intervention there. And they can set themselves off here as well. Abdelaziz as João Victor is into the box. Stunning strike. Oh, frame again. He can't believe it. He's out of his seat there in the player cab.
Oh, wow. I mean, they were so unlucky over there. A chance that they may never get again. But the post again. Saudi are not playing well, let's say, since the beginning of the second half. I didn't see much. They were only like receiving the pressure. And Brazil are taking full advantage of that. Saudi are so lucky that we did not concede a goal so far. But maybe the Saudi team will be more than happy with the draw.
Well, they have just over 10 minutes left to try and survive because Brazil are on the charge. João Victor beating a man once again. How many times have we said that? But that's cleared. This is a big mistake though at the back. This is Figo through one-on-one's got two yellow shirts chasing. Oh, what a recovery challenge. Enriquinho, take a bow.
He should have maybe shot from there, or it's too far maybe?
Maybe he could have. Didn't realise that perhaps that many yellow shirts were within distance of getting a tackle in. We have full-time whistles going around the ground. And I can tell you, in one of the matches we were watching earlier, Turkey-Thailand, that's very close. And I can tell you now they are level, 3 goals apiece.
Oh,
maybe
what a game.
There's a chance we will pop into that one. But for now, the 5 minutes remaining in stoppage time of our featured match would be a big result for Saudi Arabia if they can survive. Could get more here as well.
Yes, maybe one more goal here, one more chance. And believe me,
offside, sadly.
Okay, I think there will be one chance for Brazil and one chance for Saudi, and then it will be over.
So we have a couple of more chances. I mentioned more games going on around the grounds over here in Group B. Current group leaders Indonesia trailing Mexico with 15 minutes to play.
I mean, I think Indonesia is like slowing things down. I mean, this is not the way that Indonesia play usually. On the other hand, Mexico are taking full advantage of that.
Well, the 90th minute is upon us, 2 minutes added on. And Saudi Arabia are in possession of the football. Surely not another smash and grab. They are hammering the ball up the pitch. And I think this one will see the full-time whistle. Maybe one last chance there for Saudi Arabia. Ball has to go forward though. No, the referee says full-time. A point good enough for Saudi Arabia. It is Saudi 1, Brazil 1.
Yes, I mean, what a game, what a game. We saw goals, we saw posts in both halves. Saudi played also really good. In the second half, I think Brazil outplayed Saudi fairly, but 1-1, I think, is a fair result at the end of the day.
Yeah, respect shown between the two nations. Our hosts against one of the favourites across the two matches. 4 points from a possible 6. That is a statement, and Saudi Arabia look to be a bit of a sleeper team here at this tournament, Abdulaziz.
I believe so, yes. To get a point from Brazil, especially at this stage, you know, it is not easy. And of course, they are getting a little bit closer, let's say, to the knockout stage.
Yeah, in Group A, Italy leading, Brazil giving chase, and I think Enriquinho and João Victor, well, they wanted to make a statement of their own by winning Group A, but Italy seemed to be running away with it.
Oh, Italy, I mean, played really well. But let's go to Milos for an interview.
Absolutely. Milos, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with Saudi Arabia, GOAT Iniesta himself. A tight game against Brazil, and I saw you both happy at the end of it. What's your response to that 1-1 tie? أكيد تعادلتوا أنتوا والبرازيل 1-1 وبس خلصت الماتش كنتوا مبسوطين على قليلة واضح لإلي إنه كنتوا مبسوطين بالريزلت اللي أخذتوها بالآخر التعادل. شو تقييمك للماتش؟
كانت مباراة أسطورية بصراحة، بس أنا كنت مبسوط لأن كنا سيئين بس تعادلنا. جاتنا فرصة بدون ما استغليناها وبإذن الله نعوضها بالجاي إن شاء الله.
Well, we were happy at the end of it that we could tie because we were having a bit of a shaky game, but we did bring it in. We did get the tie, so at the end of it, a point is what we get, and we're still pretty happy with that result. Now, there's still one last game to finish things up for the group. You're playing against Italy. What do you expect to happen in the matchup because they're leading the group right now? أكيد استفاد المباراة واحدة وحتلعب ضد إيطاليا. إيطاليا متصدرين بالجروب. شو متوقع يصير بالماتش هيدا؟
المباراة هذه راح تكون صعبة جدا، يمكن مباراة أصعب مباراة في اليوم، بس محضرين لها من أمس، مجهزين لها خطة خاصة يعني، بإذن الله نقدم شيء كويس فيها ونفوز.
We're going to give it our best here, and hopefully we can take the win. It probably will be the toughest matchup we'll have all day, if not through the entire group stage against Italy. Thank you very much, Goat Iniesta. Shukran lak. Let's check on Jasmine, though, because Veracity is on the other side. With Brazil, what do you got for us?
Now, João Victor, I have to ask you, you guys had fantastic ball possession. You know, things were looking like they could have gone your way. Why do you think it was so difficult for you guys to secure some more goals?
For me, just play the last game and make your football because you play really good today. If you compare then the rest of the day, it's different gameplay. You are so confident, so chill. You see the mistakes and you play really good to secure the second position.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go ahead, get prepped for your next game. Let's go ahead and check in on that Turkey matchup.
Yes, thank you so much, Milos. Thank you, Jasmine, as well. Great to hear from Saudi Arabia, our host nation, and Brazil sharing the spoils. We are not done yet because we have late drama here between these two in Group A. Turkey and Thailand are locking horns, and I can tell you, it was 3-3. There was just a late goal.
Wow.
Following that goal, This is what's happening right now. They are in a pause, they are changing tactics, but I can tell you the goal went to Turkey.
What a game.
So Thailand with the backs against the wall.
So this is an elimination game. This is an elimination game.
Potentially so.
Yes.
We're in the final 6 minutes of this match, and it is Turkey 4, Thailand 3, and it's all about just hanging on to these 3 points here for Turkey.
Yeah, what a game that would be for Turkey, because they need to win this game. And on the other hand, Thailand played so good today. And also, if they win or they manage to get a draw here, they are more likely raising up their chances of qualifying to the knockout stage.
Well, look at this. Turkey at 90th minute have the lead, have possession, smartly trying to manage this game and defend the ball up the pitch. But Thailand, they've won the ball back. Here's Frankex. He is dispossessed, and Turkey, they are so dogged, they will make this difficult with their press. There is one last Thailand attack here to come. Have to win this header. Virgil van Dijk has joined the attack for Thailand.
Everyone is going.
The ball is at the wrong end of the pitch. Turkey, I think they've done it. 4-3 with an 83rd minute goal. Turkey have stolen 3 points in this match. And I think we'll be seeing those two in the knockout stages for a second year in a row.
I believe so. I mean, that was a huge win for Turkey, beating Thailand. And of course, I think they are more likely are through to the knockout stage. Massive congratulations. Hard luck to Thailand. They played so good today. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. He knows it.
So unfortunate, there is our 16-year-old world champion of the 1 versus 1 discipline, but this is 2 versus 2. It is a different kettle of fish. And for a second year in a row, I'm fairly certain in saying last year's semi-finalist Turkey once again will be in the knockout stages, and it's a second year in a row. If I'm correct, that Thailand will sadly be leaving us in the group stages. There is still mathematics to be done, but I think I'm certain in saying that.
Yeah. They played really well so far. They did what they have to do, but at the end of the day, Turkey deserved the win, I believe.
Indeed,
7 goals. 7 goals. That was a crazy game.
Well, let me tell you, the Crescent Stars are such a difficult nation to try and claw back leads against. You can tell by the scoreline, Thailand giving everything in that last game, but Turkey's resolve was just too much. Veracity is with Arda Golazo now. Veracity, over to you.
Mr. Golazo, one thing is for certain, when I was over there doing the Brazil interview, I looked on over and I heard a whole lot of yelling. So talk to me about what the communication was like during those final moments.
Well, we were, of course, communicating very well in general in the match, but I mean, we naturally focused on a defending approach during the game after we scored the 4th goal. So I'm glad that we successfully finished and secured the win. So now we are qualified for the playoff stage. We are pretty happy. Yeah, could have been better in general, but the most important part of this tournament is the playoff stage. So in the last match, of course, we will fight for the 3 points, and let's see how it goes. That's it.
How are you feeling about facing off against Brazil? The boys are stood up right now. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, they are one of the favorites in this tournament, and we would love to play against them, of course, because you know how these intense matches goes. It could go either way, so let's see. I think it will be good for the viewers.
What do you have to say to Brazil? They're listening, they're watching right now. Any words of wisdom you want to give them?
Joga bonito.
Well, best of luck to both of those teams. I'm super excited to continue on with the rest of the show.
Thanks, Veracity, for that interview there. Yeah, it's so important, isn't it, to still get some victories, especially in this last matchup, because it determines who you'll play in those knockouts, in those quarterfinals, which will come your way tomorrow. For Turkey, If they stay where they are currently in third in Group A, they will go up against Poland, who are currently second in Group B. As we just see the highlights of that penultimate round of fixtures there. Cole, yeah, it's important, isn't it, in terms of qualification for these knockouts, like they said?
Yeah, for a few reasons. One, because you want to be facing off against the fourth best in the group, obviously, rather than the first or second or third best. But also for general confidence, but also the Phase 4 draft. The higher you'll finish in your group, the earlier in that draft you get in, and then you can start getting the players that other teams drafted in, so you can really strengthen your squad and have that advantage. And you can tell that was the fourth goal when it went in for Turkey, and that was the moment where they knew they were making it through this group. Brilliant performance from them, but Thailand, disappointing again in the group stage.
Exactly, Thailand just outplayed by Turkey, 4-3 at the end of that matchup. It stayed 3-3 for quite a lot of the 90 minutes there. Saudi Arabia, they have managed a draw against the dominant Brazilian side. Italy, though, 2-0 victory over Chile. And in Group B, Morocco unfortunately lost out to Japan in that one. Poland got the better of Jordan, which means they're now on 19 points in Group B. And then Mexico got the victory over Indonesia. That's a big one, especially as they only had 10 men, Chris.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive result, especially when you see who they're going to be playing up against next.
This is the standings in Group A, where we actually now have confirmation that both Thailand and Chile cannot make it through to the knockout phases. So you can see the four that are going through. What order is still to be determined. In Group B, it's a little closer. Morocco, we already know they've gone out. Jordan are still mathematically in with a place.
Yeah, but for Indonesia and Poland, their flags are inverted, but their aspirations are exactly the same. If Poland beat Indonesia in the final game there, they will pip them. And Indonesia will only have themselves to blame as well. It's been a really poor day for them. A couple of losses, nowhere near up to yesterday's standards. Or one loss and one draw, sorry, they shouldn't have got.
Yeah, Jordan got a big chance still.
Yeah, they really do. I think a tough game, of course, that they have to kind of watch with Japan and Mexico. That's the real determinant. That's the problem is that their fate isn't in their hands. Yes, okay, they need to win their game, but at the same time, it may well not matter.
Because that's the thing, Jordan are playing Morocco, so it's the bottom two there. So, you know, Jordan on paper would look at that and say, I think I can take something for it, but actually, it's out of their hands in terms of the other results. And that's tricky to take at this stage, Cole.
You have to just ignore the noise. You have to say, look, if we are to do this, and we have better goal difference, I think, but it's really tough for Jordan, but you can't ask for a better final game than being up against Morocco.
I try and look around and say, who are they sitting next to? Because that matters as well. If you're sitting next to your opponents in the arena, it makes it even more stressful. But yeah, this is what we're up against at the moment. We have 3 of our teams that won't be making it through. There's still one more remaining, and it is in Group B. Will Jordan go through? Will Mexico go through? Or will it be Japan? There's 3 teams still in with a chance. Things don't get more exciting than that.
No, absolutely not. This is why, again, I've reiterated this multiple times today, why we love the group stage. When it gets down to this very final game and there's still not everything decided, this is where it's really interesting. We are right here, right now.
And when we look at these 2 groups, Cole, is there anyone you would have gone, oh, I really wish they'd have gone through, apart from maybe the Thailand team that just got knocked out?
You've taken my answer away from me. I was going to say Thailand. I think that I've not hidden the fact that I'm very disappointed by what we've seen from those 2. We should have seen so much more. It's like, it's easy to say that now, but looking at the team dynamic, there's not been a lot of life there. There's not been a lot of interaction between the 2 of them, and hopefully they'll learn from that, but they were so hyped up, and it's been such a disappointing performance from them.
Yeah, disappointment for Thailand, but elation for Poland. They know they're going through. In what order they could still top the group standings in Group B. They currently have 19 points next to their name. Let's just remind ourselves of this duo and their thoughts heading into this competition.
A new competition for us again. Last year didn't go the way we wanted, so now, yeah, this time we had the qualifications for FIFA World Cup instead of last year's Invitational, so we proved that we should be here. I mean, yeah, as you said, it's the biggest stage right now, at least we can compete in with the national pride, so it's definitely something, I don't know, special, you could say. I mean, just good luck. We had many hours of preparation. We watched many of their gameplay actually as well, so we found some habits they do. So yeah, we'll be ready for them. never won a massive tournament like this. You know, this is like the top tournament you can win. So to be honest, you never know until you actually do it.
For the Polish duo, they have really turned their fortunes around from 12 months ago, haven't they, in terms of like not particularly performing how they would have expected to, and now they're talking there, thinking, you know, they want to go on and win it, and rightly so, only being a point away from Indonesia.
They've been really good. It's kind of surprised me a little bit. We haven't seen too much of them. They kind of just slowly been doing their work. We've been concentrating on the games at the bottom and kind of seeing who's going to go through. But yeah, they've really worked hard today. We've seen them just find results all over the place. They're chipping away at the points, and they just seem like a really hard team to beat. And that is a big, big advocate to have on your side. They've been fantastic.
Well, it helps you know each other pretty well, like the Poland team do.
Yes.
Fairly well, yeah.
Yeah, they're brothers. They can turn to each other and understand that. It's also, you know, you can detect the Scottish accent there as well. It's been I don't know if they root for Poland or Scotland in the World Cup, but if they are rooting for Scotland, congratulations to them for Scotland qualifying in the real world of football.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, as brothers, they know what the other team is, or the other player, I should say, is thinking, and they're, you know, locked in on exactly what they want to achieve. Okay, well, our featured matchup, our final featured matchup for eFootball console is Mexico taking on Japan. This is a Group B thriller. I'm excited for this one because it really could determine who goes through and who goes out of the competition.
I think the thing is, though, for both these two teams, a draw is actually a good result. A draw would take them both through.
Does anyone play for a draw at this stage in the competition?
I hope not, is all I'm going to say.
You don't want to sneak through in fourth anyway.
No,
you know,
exactly.
You want to make that statement.
Yeah, you want to finish third, but for both these two teams, draw is fine. So I think if you're looking at how the permutations of the group are going to work out, Jordan have to win and Mexico have to lose, and then, well, it's the admin's decision to make. Go through the permutations of everything, and then we'll figure out how things are going to go. But yeah, there's a lot on the line here.
And I think a lot on the line for nations, especially for Japan, because this is a Japanese tournament kind of thing. In terms of Konami, they're a Japanese kind of company. There's more pressure on them.
Yeah, I mean, last year they had maybe more of an advantage with Authentic Team as opposed to Dream Team, where the Japanese team is excellent. It just suits that game mode to perfection. This time they've had to do the draft, but this time they've also played much, much better. They've changed their team. They've got someone who underperformed last year is now their coach, so can talk through those tough experiences. And you learn a lot through those tough experiences, and hopefully Japan have, because they will have the playoffs and beyond in their sights.
Yeah, and that, you know, it's better, obviously, as we mentioned already, to finish third, not fourth, because if you're finishing fourth, you get the team who topped the other group, and that at the moment would be Italy. So that's a pretty tough ask. You know who's there, Naples and Eterito.
And knockout football from tomorrow, right? This is not where you want to be going up against those big dogs. You want to give yourself the best opportunity you possibly can. Pretty close on the vote, so here, Rachel.
I was going to say, the chat is mixed at the moment, 50-50. Are you guys going to sit on the fence as the chat is or not?
I'm going to go Japan. I've got a feeling that they are stepping it up slowly but surely, and they will have that history from last year in their minds. They're not going to take anything for granted.
I'm going to go Japan as well, to be honest. I think purely just for the drama of it all, to see Mexico there and then on 12 points, meaning Jordan have to win and then everything else behind it, and just maybe just to give the admins a bit of a headache as well to figure out how it's going to go.
Well, it's switching a little bit now. I guess the chat are looking at what happened yesterday, and that was a draw yesterday. It was 2 apiece between these two teams, and we're kind of seeing, if you look back yesterday, a lot of the scores have flipped. People know how to play each other.
Yeah, I think that's paramount as well, and that's where the coach comes in. That's where the coaches earn their money. They're the ones who are really able to dissect what changed, what went wrong, what went right for these games yesterday, and allow the players to relax. You know, I mean, they're all a long way away from home, and that's very difficult. We had the CJ interview with Mexico earlier, and lovely players, and it's going to be tough for them. It's a real uphill battle.
And like Abdulaziz said yesterday, this is so important. The last match of today, it either gives you momentum going into the crucial knockouts tomorrow, or it maybe dents your motivation a little bit.
Yeah, it's your final memory of your day's work, right? So for both these two teams, you want to have that positivity heading into tomorrow. Look, it is more than likely going to be these two teams going through, but Jordan have a shout. For both of them, they would love to get themselves a win here to carry into those knockouts. It's a really hard one to call, though. As mentioned yesterday, we did say a 2-2, as you say. A very, very tight matchup, and I mean, it tells in the points. There's nothing, barely anything separating these two.
It's really tough as well for Mexico because they're currently 3-goal difference better than Jordan. But if Jordan win and they lose, that already automatically takes it to just 1 difference. So they have to make sure that even if they're pushing for an equaliser, what they cannot do is concede a second, because that might be what tips it over the line and allows Jordan through.
There are a lot of permutations here. As you know, you will be watching Mexico-Japan. This is our featured matchup. But if you want to keep an eye on how Jordan are doing as well, they take on bottom-placed Morocco. You can watch that matchup on FIFA.gg as well. 3 teams in contention, only 2 spots remaining for them to go through to knockout football tomorrow on day 3 here of eFootball console. Okay, well, yeah, Morocco are sitting there, obviously a bit dejected, but again, a win. They're still looking for their first win.
Looking for their first win. They want to get at least more than 1 point, and it's always lovely to play spoiler. You know, you don't want the people you're against in any competition to be happy.
Has your coach told you that? You could upset the party here.
I would say so. I think that's the motivation you need. It's not necessarily, okay, you've not really got a great deal to play for, you know you're going to finish last in the group. But wouldn't it be funny? No, but it's difficult though. I mean, look, Jordan are a very, very good team as well. Maybe just didn't perform quite as well as we would have hoped yesterday, and that's put them in this position. Got a couple of draws, but I mean, you need to win games when it's coming down to this 2 days of groups competition. Wins are massive, and they just haven't had enough of them.
They're emotional as well. I mean, we saw from their first game of the day against Indonesia, Saif, I think he was frustrated about a goal where a defender hit it against his own defender and it went in. A little bit of luck went against him, but he was like shaking his head. He was being consoled by his coach, and I love that. I love the passion that Jordan are showing. So, you know, I'm quietly rooting for them, but you have to dispatch Morocco. If they don't do that, then there's no point us even talking about this.
Are the admins toying with the players right now? Because I feel like they're keeping them on pause for quite a bit of time.
I assumed it was you. I thought it was you. Everyone was going, come on, Rachel, let's start.
To be fair, yeah, the host does have the button that starts the game.
I have seen that comment many times.
I lost it. But in terms of the wait time now for this last fixture, it obviously does kind of just ramp up the intensity a little bit more for the players, the nations, the teams, everyone watching at home, just to see who does take that final spot.
It weighs on you. I mean, even I'm here getting tense now about this one, and it really will be weighing on the players. The realization for some of them, they're done. For some others, the realization that it really could make a difference in their run if they want to be champion come Saturday. Huge, huge moment in these groups. Hey, we got to do it all again with mobile if you're.
I've got the Mexico boys actually sat just behind me, and they look pretty chilled, hands on their heads, not stressing out too much about it, and they should be, because this is maybe a big one. Jordan, you can see on your screens now, it's a massive moment for them as well. What goes through your mind on these last few minutes? Are you just tinkering with your team? What do you think they're doing?
I think you've got to keep your hands warm, your fingers warm. You're trying to touch your controller as much as possible. I'm looking around now. Turkey, they're sort of drumming on their desk, just trying to do anything to keep them impactful, because this is a game that starts so quickly. If you go into it and your hands are a bit stiff, then you can find yourself a goal behind pretty early doors. I also like looking around, as you were mentioning, and seeing the different vibes from the different teams. So looking at Thailand, I've not really seen them say a word to each other at any point apart from in-game, in general throughout the day. So that's fairly standard for them. Italy, they're leaning back, chilling, as they've earned the right to be. But I think, yeah, it depends on the team for sure.
Keeping your fingers warm. We saw that obviously in the terms of the mobile side of things. They've got the chalk to keep them from getting sweaty. Here, again, that's very important. A lot of players usually have towels. They're just trying to go through maybe the motions, remembering different scenarios on the controllers.
I've tried to play games with really cold hands. That's not what you want to be doing. No. And, well, thankfully you are in Saudi Arabia, so that doesn't happen very often either. But yeah, no, you've got to go through all your preparations, go through whatever you typically would when it comes down to go through your research of those teams in that game that you had yesterday. Think back, okay, what were the moments that defined this? And go back to that and see how you could do better, or see how you could do it again. There's so many different permutations around these games. You need to be making sure you're bringing your A game.
We keep looking at the bottom of the table as well in Group B, but I'm so excited to see Indonesia, Poland as well in terms of the top two, because 20 points and 19 points respectively for Indonesia, and then Poland in second. That's a massive fixture to end out the day. And you know, you could see them going all the way to the finals with that.
Indonesia have actually just faltered ever so slightly in their last 2 games there, losing to Mexico 1-0 in their previous, and then drawing with Japan 1-1. So they've been a big reason as to why it's actually now going to be really intense towards the latter stages. They've been giving kind of points away that maybe weren't expected. I think if you're Jordan and you've just seen the Mexico beat Indonesia, you've got to be sick at that one. You've got to be looking at yourself saying, how have they let that happen? But maybe Indonesia have been qualified for quite some time. They may have just had their foot off the gas.
Basically, yeah, I think that's what's happened. And Indonesia needs to be careful they don't allow that to happen too much, because losing is a serious habit. You know, they've got a break after this where they can come back tomorrow, but you don't want to come into the playoffs knowing that you've lost a couple of games, even if, you know, even if they still win their group with a draw, for example, against Poland. Yesterday they beat Poland 3-1. You know, and that is the style of play. That is the ability that they've offered, which is why they're the reigning champions here as well. And they've not been quite playing up to that today.
And it's kind of an unknown as to how impactful this new draft will be based on where you finish it in the group stages. We haven't had that before. We didn't have that last year, so we don't know how important that will turn out to be.
For me, I think ultimately it will only make minor differences, because I think that a lot of these teams will stick to the style of player that they've been going for anyway. If you are through to the group stages, you could argue it's been working, right? So do you change it up that much? I don't think you will hugely. Wes and Harry might disagree with me, to be fair, and I'm sure they'll be texting the group saying, Chris, stop talking rubbish.
I mean, if Brazil win and they bring in big Dan Burn, we'll be
well,
like,
you know, these are the kind of differences that
Peter Crouch,
you know,
Dan Burn,
especially if they get
Carroll.
Dan Burn, especially if they get Dan Burn. But I don't want to talk about Newcastle today.
Well, we won't talk about Newcastle. No. Sorry, you got a last-minute draw, didn't you? There.
No, okay. Yeah, but again,
If anyone's curious, anyone listening on at home cares.
Do you think they've already selected in their head, like, right, you know, if we finish first, these are the players we are looking at for? We've seen 9 matches so far. They would have seen 10. They know what works.
I mean, the staring at the data and the facts and the figures, that is, again, where the coaches come in to hopefully take that burden off the players. I'm sure the players will, you know, I guess similar to real football, you go to your club owner with a list of players that you want, and it's up to them to deal with it. Essentially, in this sort of much scaled down version, the coaches are the owners.
No PSR.
It's a bit like that.
Exactly.
The transfer window opens, doesn't it, after this matchup? The players get to pick a different selection in terms of the draft. Anyone that you guys would definitely have after what you've seen the last day and a half?
You're setting this up far too easily.
Well, no, but apart from
the obvious. No, you know what it is? Of players that have went out. Again, this is why I'm sort of thinking to myself that I don't think it necessarily will have too much weight, in the sense that people have got the players that they kind of wanted to get a hold of anyway. I think a lot of people will be focused on their main 3 players that everyone kind of got to choose, and the others are kind of filling gaps. I mean, look, if you look at some of the items that they have, incredible players across the board. There might be a couple here and there, but I think for the most part, you've been playing the same way with the same players for 10 games. Do you change it up that much? For me, probably not.
Yeah, there's definitely minor upgrades, though. For example, they're probably looking at Morocco and the players that they drafted in Phase 2. They've got Carlos Puyol, they've got Rodri in there, who are huge, especially if you've been slipping a lot of goals. You bring in some of those bigger defensive players, and that makes a massive impact. So I think that, while I agree with you, Chris, that the changes are minor, it's definitely those things that you can have this player in and suddenly you think, oh, this was our weakness. It no longer is. And even if that's not necessarily on the pitch, it brings you extra belief, and it means that you elevate your game just having those in-game players around you.
Probably even more minor for the likes of an Indonesia or a Poland or an Italy. They might go, well, we've got a tried and tested team, a formula, why do we need to change it?
Well, that's the risk as well. It could be that you think, wow, we can upgrade this guy, and you put him in the team, and then suddenly you don't take into account the fact that just because his heading is better, the change of pace impacts you more than you realise, and your playstyle suddenly stops working. So one thing I'm not entirely sure of is if you have to replace your squad, or if you then bring extras into your squad. I'll have to confirm that. But especially if it's the former, where suddenly then you're like, oh man, we've made a mistake here. I missed the centre-back we had because he suited our game a lot more, and you can end up driving yourself around a corner.
We're obviously going to knockouts. This is what we're kind of building towards. You know, it's kind of last-ditch attempt, but it's aggregate scores, though. They do get to play 2 matches. How important will that turn out to be?
I think for a lot of the tight games, it's massively important, because you can make mistakes, and you don't just have 60 minutes to try and turn that round. You have a full 2 games. So yeah, it gives you more opportunities, but it also gives you more opportunities probably to make mistakes as well. It's one of those kind of moments here and there where it's like pick your poison in a certain degree, but it really does give the true victor, the true deserved victor, when you see a game over 2 legs. And of course, we may well go to a third and goal, that's another thing.
Yeah, tell us about that. So if it is aggregate score, if it's tied after 2, we don't just stop there, do we? We have to have a winner.
Don't get me wrong, I'd love to go to penalties straight away. I love the drama. I'm just an agent of chaos. But at the same time, going into that third game, if you are drawing after 2, we go to a golden goal third game. We've seen it before, and they are cagey, to say the least. Nobody wants to give anything away. You make one slip, and you are out of the competition like that.
I'm already looking ahead to a golden goal as well and thinking I would actually like to see golden goal. And then you look at teams who have been scoring a little bit more, and you look at the kind of teams like Brazil, go, okay, you would put them as ones that would do well in the golden goal situation.
You'd expect so. You'd expect that they would have the creativity to break through, because it does get more cagey when it's a golden goal. You don't want to make any mistakes, and defense is incredibly important, but that's where you look to your players like Brazil have. They've got Neymar, they've got Ronaldinho, huge characters at breaking through defending. And I'd say as well, I feel like golden goal gets sort of... People don't tend to look back at golden goal too fondly in real football, because it did make it go very defensive. Yeah. It works much better in eFootball, because if you try and defend, you're going to get punished, right?
I'm trying to remember if I remember goal.
I remember silver goal.
Silver goal, what was that one again?
It happened with England, against England. I think it was Portugal, where if you were ahead at half-time in the extra time, then you won. And I think England once scored before half. You know the game against Portugal that we lost in some Euros past?
The wink?
I think it was the wink. I think it was the wink.
We're going well back to yesteryear here, guys. Don't worry, there's no silver goal here. It's just golden goal.
Yep, exactly.
If and when we get to it tomorrow. That's after we've played 2 legs, and that's only if we get a draw there. Obviously, we just saw those beautiful steps that the players will be walking up or down, whichever way the case may be.
They're omnidirectional, these steps. It's very clever.
Well, I don't know if they have to start and go up to pick the trophy up. The trophy will come down to them. That's what I was getting at their goal. But in terms of, getting through today, they'll be one step closer, and they'll have a guaranteed $6,000 as well, which, is super important. We kind of forget the prize money at this stage, like, just want to get through, but actually the money for a lot of these teams will go a big way.
Yeah, a really, really long way. We've talked about this before. For some of these nations, these prize pools are absolutely astronomical. Like, what they can do, it's life-changing money for some of these participants. And that's where it gets really cool, when you start to get towards the latter stages and you see how much money is on the line as far as what these teams are competing for. It's incredible to see, and what it can do for them.
Morocco are pretty chilled, just on their phone. What are you looking at? Texting someone?
We inside?
You going to tell us?
Now, huh?
No,
to be fair, actually,
he's not going to tell us.
You know what? I actually wouldn't mind sunglasses inside every now and then.
These lights are bright.
They are pretty bright.
Morocco, just on their phone. They take home $2,000. That was just not getting through to the next stage. Split between the two of you, still nice for Christmas especially.
It's not bad at all, I mean, you come out here, you've flown out, you stay in a nice hotel, you compete against the best, you take a lot of experiences back with you as well. Talking about the game itself, they would have learned a lot. We heard from, I can't remember who it was, somebody in one of their interviews was saying that they want to come out here and face players that are worse than them to win, but also face the players that are better than them, because they can learn from them. You can take strats and tactics. These players, they all communicate, they're all in the same hotel, they'll be eating together and bonding. And I think it's important for eFootball as an esport as well, to have events like this that are put on in an arena that is perfect. You can't ask for anything more than an esports arena than what we've got right here, and all those experiences massive for these players. And Chris, like, they're all streamers and stuff as well, right, in their own right? Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are, so they can build upon that for themselves as well.
It's one of those things where a lot of them are content creators in their own right too, and I just kind of wanted to touch on the arena as well. I mean, look, we've been to Saudi Arabia a few times for a few different tournaments here and there. It's one of the most impressive. I absolutely love it. I love all the setup that we can kind of see everything, like a 360 little bowl. It kind of reminds me like old adverts once upon a time. Actually, probably we'll stay away from that, but at the same time, it's like that cage, right?
Professional is what our streamers called it a little bit earlier, didn't they? CJ went and got a couple of interviews with them. It is absolutely incredible, and it's incredible that we actually get to start the matches now. We've got one more round of matches. This is round 10 of eFootball console. The players are pacing up and down. For Jordan, this is a massive moment. For Mexico and Japan, this is also a massive moment, and that is our featured matchup. And Abdulaziz and Alia Harvey are ready and waiting to take you through it.
After a long anticipated wait, tensions rising in the arena. Welcome to the 10th and final round of the group stages.
That's a good introduction, Alia. Yes.
Thank you.
Now is the last game of the day. Now we will know who will go through and who will leave us. Yes, we already know that many teams have already secured their spot in the knockout stage, but it's all about Mexico and Jordan. One of these two teams will definitely be with us in the knockout stage.
Definitely, it's all to play for the fourth and final spot between Mexico and Jordan.
Oh,
through here on goal.
Oh my God, how can you miss that?
Japan, sorry, trying to get that first goal. Jordan need to win their game by at least 4 goals against Morocco to make it through, and they need to hope that Japan beat Mexico and that Mexico don't score at all. But another early chance here for Japan, Abdul.
Oh yes, I mean that was so easy chance for Japan to take the lead, but what a save from the goalkeeper. I think if Mexico go through from this game, they will thank the goalkeeper for that.
Japan here controlling possession so far in the game. They definitely know that they have already qualified, but they need to secure all 3 points to build their confidence. Fantastic over the ball, over the head through ball, sorry, but just a little bit too long.
I think we have the first goal of Jordan and Morocco, or not yet?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's a corner kick.
It's just a corner kick there, but it's still 0-0 on Jordan and Morocco. In fact, all our games at the moment are still sitting at 0-0. Japan here on the attack again. Fantastic through ball. Can they make it 1-0? So well defended.
So only need Mexico. They need only 1 point to go through from this group. On the other hand, Jordan, they must win their game, and by, let's say, a lot amount of goals, maybe 5 goals, right? Oh, that's a lot. But at least they still have a chance in the game.
Japan here definitely still controlling the game, which is fantastic news for Jordan. We will keep you updated on the other games as well as they go on, but we also have an interesting fixture between Indonesia and Poland. Indonesia currently on 20 points, Poland on 19, and they're actually playing each other at the moment. And we have to give a huge shout out to Poland as well. They haven't lost a single game. In fact, today they have won all 4 of the matches that they've played.
Wow, fair play. I mean, Poland played...
Japan here trying to go for goal. Very well saved. I mean, I don't know about you, Abdul, but at the moment, this seems to be all Japan.
Oh, yes. I mean, they are creating chances. They are playing comfortably, and they are really close to score the first goal. So, if Morocco lost against Jordan and Japan beat Mexico, Jordan will go through.
They will do, and they are the new nation as well, essentially making them the underdogs of the tournament. And what a way to make your mark by qualifying for the knockout.
Oh, wow. Oh, what a statement.
Corner kick here for Japan, playing fantastically today. Header into the box, straight through to Mexico's defense as they counter-attack now. Their first proper chance of the game. Can they make it 1-0? Can they break that deadlock?
It is not easy, of course. By the way, Saudi are taking the lead against Italy in, let's say, a race for the top 3 spot.
Thailand have also taken the lead against Chile. It's currently sitting at 1-0. Sadly for Thailand, it does look like they won't qualify for the knockouts, but you want to end your campaign on a high.
Yes, Poland are winning against Indonesia, and they keep their streak on with, let's say, probably 5 wins in a row.
Yesterday, Poland only won 2 of their games. They drew 1 and they lost 2. For them to potentially win all 5 today puts them in first seed and in a fantastic position ahead of tomorrow's knockout.
And that's the beauty of this tournament, is that even if you didn't play well, you still have another chance in the second day where you can reset, know your mistakes, improve your positives, and come back stronger. That's exactly what happened with Poland.
Yes, you're exactly right there, Abdul. As we go back to our featured match, Mexico and Japan still sitting at 0-0. See, Japan have predominantly controlled this game, but Mexico do have a chance here. They've regained possession just a little bit too quick on the pass there, but spoke too soon. They have got that possession back again. Did they play that one too fast there, Abdul?
Yes, but I have I have news for you.
What's that
Jordan
news?
are losing 1-0 against Morocco. The team who only got 1 point.
That's a goal over there in our featured matches, but we are quickly going to show you the Poland goal that made them go 1-up against Indonesia. And here's the replay as well for Saudi Arabia against Italy.
Oh, that's a good goal.
Fantastic goal for that match. And here we have the goal for Morocco
what a
against
goal.
Jordan. Not the start that Jordan wanted, but that's fantastic news for Mexico. In their game, still sitting at 0-0. Japan here on the attack. They need to break this deadlock before half-time, but a pretty end-to-end game at the moment.
Yes, I mean, Japan played really good in the first 20 in-game minutes, but after that, I see that Mexico are playing really good. Now Jordan are losing, and they really, really need to come back on this game. And that's exactly what they did just right now. It's 1-1 against Morocco.
I mean, all Jordan need to ensure that they do is at least try to win their game and hope Japan finally break the deadlock, because the way this game is currently going at the moment, it does seem the first goal will come from Japan. Fantastic ball there through on the right wing. Amazing skill moves. Will they make it 1-0?
Is that a PK?
We've got a penalty.
Oh my God, drama here. So if Japan score this goal, I think Mexico will be out. Or not yet.
Not yet, we can't call that too soon. Japan step up for that penalty.
Oh, what a save!
Saved by Mexico!
Oh my God, what a save.
They do not want to lose and miss out on that knockout spot tomorrow.
They should give that goalkeeper a little bit of tacos after the game, if they qualify.
Japan here on the attack again, trying to get a goal after they missed that or saved that penalty.
He saved a lot. He saved a lot. The PKs and the dangerous attack in the first 10 minutes in game time. Oh, what a game. What a game in our hands right now.
That was a huge penalty save there for Mexico. They know what's at stake. They know they cannot lose if they want to make it through to the knockouts. But that is halftime 0-0 as we go over to the Jordan-Morocco game.
I think we have probably another goal here. Yes, Chile against Thailand. It is 1-1. They come back in the game. Mexico, of course, it is 0-0.
Morocco here. Are they going to get a goal just before halftime? Well intercepted. I don't know about you, Abdul, but I still cannot call whether Jordan or Mexico are going to go through. Fantastic over-the-top through ball for
Good
Morocco.
defending.
Great defending
Yes.
indeed. And that's halftime 1-1, Jordan and Morocco, and 0-0 for Mexico and Japan.
Oh, what a half. I mean, Mexico, they were a little bit lucky with the first half. Especially they avoid conceding 2 clear goals. And on the other hand, Jordan came back from a loss against Morocco, which may help them to go for the second goal in the second half.
We are just going to take you over to the Thailand-Chile game that is currently sitting at 1-1. Crossing here, saved. But this is essentially just a case of whoever wins this, they just want to finish higher up in the group. They're currently Thailand are 5th, Chile are 6th. You want to have the better score for ranking. You want to win for the sake of ranking. But
yes, and also to end the day with at least a win, you know? It will taste much different and much better for sure.
Well, we still have the second half to play. Still undecided. Will Jordan take that 4th spot and qualify for the knockouts, or will Mexico manage to hold on? And we'll see them in tomorrow. I mean, what a first half of games for our final round of the day, Abdul.
Oh yes, I mean, drama. I think nothing will separate these two teams until the last minute and the whistle of the referee. But yeah, as I said, it is really tough. The pressure you need to deliver in this game, you have to score goals. But it's not easy because every team is defending really, really well at the moment.
We are now kicking off the second half with Thailand and Chile currently sitting at 1-1. As we head back over to our featured match of Mexico and Japan, essentially the decider game. Japan have been all over Mexico, but we cannot forget the save of the penalty from Mexico's end to keep them in this game.
Oh, the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper is like saving everything for Mexico. Now it's their time to score a goal. If they do that, it's over.
Fantastic play here from Mexico down the right side of the wing, over the top through ball, but intercepted by Japan. But we will see a corner kick here for Mexico. Can they break the deadlock? Can they go 1-0 up against Japan and build on the momentum from that penalty save?
Yes, I see here with the AI shouting.
And just off the line!
Oh my God!
Nearly.
Oh my God.
Very nearly there, Abdul.
Oh, so unlucky. I see here in the AI chat that the Mexican players are talking to each other, especially at halftime. Come on, vamos, we can do that. And that's exactly what they need at the moment.
Mexico know that they can go through for tomorrow's knockouts. They are so close to doing it for their nation, and they're holding on. They really are. The Jordan-Morocco game still sitting at 1-1. Jordan need to secure all 3 points for them to have a chance, and they cannot let Mexico can't even have 1 point. They need Mexico to have 0 to give them a fighting chance.
Oh yes, of course. We have a chance here. We didn't see much of Jan Koller, the striker of Mexico yet, even though he is one of the best on the air. So they can definitely use him a little bit because he can do magic with the ball in the air.
Japan here just on the attack again. Deadlock still not broken, holding on to the ball really well. They're twisting and turning. Will the through ball get through? Yes, it does, but it's offside. It is offside, nearly there, nearly.
Yes. Yeah.
We have here Thailand's second goal to go 2-1 up against Chile.
Yes.
That would be really good, as you mentioned, Abdul, for Thailand to end their day on a win.
Of course, I mean, it is really good to finish the tournament with a win. And on the other hand, we still have Saudi leading against Italy. Indonesia are still losing against Poland, the team who came today with a totally different mindset and win after another, grabbing, let's say, 5 wins in a row so far.
And of course, Indonesia are the reigning champions as well. But this could potentially have Poland go 5-0. They wouldn't have lost a single game today if they can hold up against Indonesia and in the final round take that first and top spot in Group B.
Yes, you know, I feel that Indonesia, after, let's say, securing their spot in the knockout stage, I feel they are taking things slowly. They are not playing, let's say, their best game, and maybe just like preparation for the knockout stage.
Poland, they're trying to go down the left wing. Manages to get the ball back. Will they break the deadlock here?
Oh. Close.
So close to making it 1-0. Jordan, Morocco still sitting at 1-1. Jordan, as we mentioned, need the 3 points here. They need to get an extra goal. Will it be now?
What are you doing? Oh my God.
Jordan over the top through ball. Fantastic touch, but well intercepted by Morocco.
I think the pressure is getting on the players of Jordan. Otherwise, he cannot be just moving like that inside the box.
Jordan have been playing really well today, but as you mentioned, there is that pressure. They know they have to win this game to at least give them a fighting chance of qualifying for the knockouts tomorrow, but still sitting at 0-0 for this game. Japan get through on goal!
Yeah, on the camera here, I see that the Jordan player, Saif, is like very pissed and he is not happy about the performance so far.
Definitely not. Japan here again. They have been controlling the game, but Mexico, we have to give them credit for how well they are holding on. Japan again on the counter-attack, desperately trying to make it at least 1-0, trying to secure that 3 points, tempting to go down there the left wing, but well intercepted by Mexico as they counter-attack here. Feels like it's a bit of ping pong at the moment, but we do have Mexico out there through. Fantastic through ball down the right wing. Is he going to cross it in? Yes, he does!
Oh my God, what a save. The goalkeepers are saving everything for both teams. This is really nice chance. They did everything right here. Even the header was going to the near post, but Petr Cech saved that in a way that only Petr Cech can do that.
Wow, what a game we have so far here. Jordan, Morocco, 77 minutes, still sitting at 1-1. As it currently stands, Mexico will be going through to the knockouts tomorrow unless Japan manage to break the deadlock. Corner kick here for Jordan. Can they convert?
Yeah.
Well saved as Morocco now counter-attacked. There's no defenders up there.
Not at all, they are going all out.
Coming down the left wing. Is he going to pass it in? Chooses to take his time there. Surprised he didn't make the pass.
Yes. Even if you see the heartbeat.
Fantastic through, well saved again. The keepers in this final game have just been phenomenal, but we will bring you back over to Mexico and Japan. Japan now currently on the attack, amazing over the top through ball, but well saved by the Mexico defenders.
Yes, I mean, honestly, the goalkeepers are saving everything for both teams, and that's why we see the game 0-0 until now. And yeah, it is not easy, you know, it is not easy at all. But Jordan, they are attacking, they try to create chances, but they didn't do much. They couldn't even score a goal.
Corner kick here for Japan. Can they break the deadlock and make it 1-0? No. I mean, we really have to give credit to how well Mexico have been playing on this game as they attempt to counter-attack, but just too many Japanese players. They've intercepted the ball back. Coming down the left wing, fantastic back heel pass, cross in for Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Good save. Yeah, I mean,
Mexico are not giving up, are
I
they?
see that Mexico are taking the initiative now to keep to create chances, to keep the ball in the opponent half, and to try to score that first goal. But watch out, because you may keep.
Japan, yeah, fantastic through ball, but he just misses
What
it.
did he do?
He misses the touch of the ball as we see Mexico coming back again to counter-attack. We do have a replay here for you. Morocco going 2-1 up
ended, yeah.
against Jordan. I think it would be safe to say,
yes,
unless a miracle happens, Jordan likely have been knocked out, but we do still have Mexico-Japan sitting at 0-0.
Yes, definitely. I think it's over for Jordan. It's really harsh, because even if Mexico lost...
Corner here for Mexico. Attempts to shoot it from outside the box. Well saved. Is he going to try again? He does, but it's intercepted by Japan with unfortunately no players up front.
Yes. So as I said here, another chance, good defending.
I mean, if this game, all Mexico needs is they need this game to end 0-0. Jordan are essentially, they've got 30 seconds left. Chances are Jordan have likely been knocked out. Mexico, however, going into the knockouts, do want to have it off the back of a win. 7 in-game minutes left, and we
It's
can
over
confirm.
for Jordan. Yeah, it's over. Jordan is officially out of the tournament. Hard luck. Mexico are officially through.
Mexico have indeed qualified. Jordan have sadly lost 2-1 to Morocco, but we have to give them so much credit. They've played
they
amazingly. Amazing through ball with that for Mexico, but well defended. Wow, I mean, Jordan, as we mentioned, they're a new nation. It's their first time competing at the FIFAe World Cup and in the FIFAe finals as well.
Yeah.
They have done. I would love to see Jordan come back again next year.
They definitely can do that. They did really well in the tournament. They played, let's say, the best game. But sometimes this is the rules, and this is how the tournament go on. On the other hand, Mexico, I believe they totally deserve to go through. And yeah, massive congratulations. And thanks to the goalkeeper who saved everything in the first half.
They did. I mean, all Mexico needed was 1 point, and they have secured and held on to that 1 point with that fantastic penalty save in the first half. How this game, is potentially going to finish 0-0, I do not know. But they do have a corner kick here into the box. Well saved again by Buffon. 2 in-game minutes left. Will we see at least one goal happen in this match? Japan, of course, wanting the 3 points. But Mexico, they are holding on. They know, and they are fighting for that 1 point to put them through.
Exactly. But yeah, honestly, I think Mexico deserved to go through from this group. They played really good. They they beat some really tough teams. Hard luck to Jordan. They did what they have to do, but it was not enough, even though they were leading against the top of the group, which is Indonesia.
Fantastic cross in from Japan, but as we know with Mexico yesterday, they finished with 8 points, and coming into this game they were only on 12 points, so they haven't played as well today overall. But it came down to this final game, the game that mattered. They didn't make it easy for themselves, but they showed up when they needed to, and we are just a couple of minutes away from Mexico securing their spot for the knockouts tomorrow as 4th place in Group B, where they will likely face Italy. But congratulations to Mexico for qualifying for the knockouts.
Massive congrats to Mexico, and thanks to the goalkeeper who saved many shots and the penalty in the first half. Hard luck to Jordan. So our 4 teams that officially qualified with us from this group: Indonesia, Poland, Japan, and Mexico.
Yes, we are saying goodbye to Jordan and Morocco from Group B, and in Group A we are saying goodbye to Thailand and Chile. But what a final day of the group stages. So much action, so much drama going into round 10. We didn't know who was actually going to qualify, and this is why I love the group stages.
Yes, especially because of the last round where all the drama will happen.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know about you, Abdul, but now that we have locked in the 8 teams for tomorrow, who would you like to see go all the way?
Oh, that is the tough question. But I think Indonesia and, of course, Italy in Group A, they played insanely well. In total, I think we had the 4 and the 8 best teams who played really well throughout the 2 days. They really deserved to be with us in the knockout stage.
And we also need to give a huge shout out as well to Japan, who were knocked out last year in the group stages, but have now qualified for the knockouts as 3rd place in Group B. I mean, what a story and what a comeback arc for them.
Yes, of course. I mean, they were grouped last year. They didn't settle down. They knew that they can do it this year. And here they are. They take it game by game. They got the points. They beat the team they had beat, and that's what happened.
Well, I'm sure you guys at home are so excited about what you're watching, but we are going to head over to Milos with an interview.
Yes, my friends, I'm here with Arsenal style because Mexico officially qualified into the top 4, a tie against Japan. I want to ask you, this is kind of the story in everybody's mind. What happened in that penalty to be able to hold it on and continue play after?
Everybody knows that I'm not the best at penalties. I think it was written because I think we did kind of deserved after beating Indonesia. But yeah, honestly, penalties is most about luck. You find the way that he's going to shoot and it's a save.
So today there was a gauntlet to go through, multiple games to get points out of them. How did you reset after the long day yesterday to be able to climb back up into the top 4?
Honestly, every match was very tough today. Even the matches that yesterday we kind of controlled, today were very, very tough. And honestly, we got the qualification on the last match. So I think tomorrow we're gonna think about that match against Indonesia to motivate ourselves. Everybody knows that they are the best team in the world. So I'm expecting already the match against Italy.
it's a big motivation that you get. Now, you say Italy. Is there any teams out there that are scaring you from the other team? Now we go into the next bracket, things really do change up.
No, not really. I think the brackets show that everybody can beat everyone, so I don't think anybody is scared of anyone or anybody really prefers our opponent. Every match is going to be very hard. I think they're going to be defined to the very minus details. So, yeah, I'm waiting for tomorrow.
There you go. Thank you very much, Arsenal Style. Congratulations to Mexico for making it out and into the top 4. We'll be seeing them tomorrow in our finals bracket. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Milos. Yes, we have now confirmed our final 8 teams going through to the quarterfinals, and Mexico, as we just heard, are one of them. It's such a great result for them, and they said they're not really scared about who they play next, and they get to play Italy next.
Well, you can see why. I mean, throughout the group stages, they drew with the winners Poland, and they got a win against Indonesia. They sort of started that rot for Indonesia. So I understand why they're saying, look, give us anyone, we'll give them a good game.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how competitive it has been, especially towards the top end of things. I mean, that was an absolutely incredible goal. We've seen some really good goals over the past 2 days. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, but you would always like an easier matchup, and that's obviously why you finish higher up the table. But realistically speaking, you've got to beat everybody to win it.
And you've got to just tell yourself it doesn't matter who you get, and that's exactly what the Arsenal style was doing there.
Yeah, different format tomorrow. I mean, they're across 2 different games, so even if they get edged out by Italy tomorrow, they've got a chance to bring it back, and maybe we'll see a more attacking version of Mexico. They've been grinding out results, which is completely respectable, but yeah, we'll see how they do against the big dogs in Italy.
Well, this is confirmation of the final round of group stage fixtures then for the console side of things. Group A, Saudi Arabia got a final victory over Italy there, 1-0. Turkey and Brazil were held to a draw. Chile edged out Thailand 3-2 there. And in Group B, it was Morocco beating Jordan 2-1 to send Jordan effectively out of this competition. Mexico, Japan, that was our feature. That was a stalemate there, 0-0. And then Poland beating Indonesia, 1-0. That means they top the Group B standings. Excellent result for them. I mean, some excellent results all over, and this is confirmation of the standings in Group A. We're saying continuing in the competition to the top 4 there, Italy, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Turkey, and we're saying goodbye to Thailand and Chile. Let's have a quick look at Group B as well. Poland, Indonesia, Japan and Mexico continue in the competition, and we say goodbye to Jordan and Morocco.
Morocco got their win. You know, they earned it right at the end there. They had to hold out against Jordan. I imagine, obviously, that wasn't our feature game, that Jordan were pushing everything forward to get the goal they needed to give themselves a chance and left gaps at the back. But that's credit to Morocco. They come out of here. They've beaten Costa Rica from last year as well in fewer games. So well done, Morocco.
Who are you most excited to see now tomorrow? I think for me, I'm going maybe Poland, Turkey, because Poland have just been building, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've been stepping it up. I was not expecting to see Indonesia not topping that table after today. Yeah. I do want to see how Indonesia come back and if they've got fire in them. But yeah, Poland, have earned every step of their Group B win.
I'm not going to spoil the surprise of one of these games in the bracket, but it is going to mix things up big time. And for some of these teams, they'll look at their performances today, even though they've qualified, and say to themselves, we could have made our lives a lot easier. I'm not spoiling it.
It's 1 taking on 4 and 2 and 3. That's how it goes. So you can probably work it out. We'll get confirmation of those matches in a few moments' time ahead of tomorrow. But tomorrow, do you feel like we just start again? We start afresh?
It's a completely different tournament, right? I think for a lot of these teams, when you go into the group stages, there would be teams like Italy, Indonesia, Brazil, who, realistically speaking, we know they're probably going to progress. They know that they just need to bring maybe their 4th, 5th gear to get through. But tomorrow is where the real competition starts. It's always the same. Teams will make sure they get through the group, and from there, you step up an extra level. That's where the tournament really starts.
You know, we kept saying we expected Thailand to go through. Who then has been a dark horse that has edged through instead of a Thailand, do we think?
That's a good question. It's tough to say because when you hear, anyone can really make it. I look at some of the teams that Thailand have lost to, and I feel disappointment about that. But I mean, the first thing that I heard sort of coming into this one, speaking to everyone, is that there were about 6 or 7 teams that you can make a real case for being capable of winning this entire thing. And I think that Thailand just come up against teams that on another day they would have beaten, potentially should have beaten, but they have to take their lessons for 2v2.
I think, to answer the question, I think it's more so Turkey or Saudi Arabia that you would have said would have been
Saudi,
confident.
I think Saudi, because obviously they almost get gifted, don't they, away into this tournament because they're host nations.
Exactly. They didn't qualify. They have to go through the same arduous process, but then showing that they deserve to be here at the same time. They really have pulled some good results from nowhere, like beating Brazil, finding results all over the place. I think a decent result against Italy there as well. They've found the wins that they needed to, and now put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, I think you think are a team who just took their chances, didn't they, across the tournament.
Scored some lovely goals as well, though. It's not like they were holding out. They've got, I think it was against Brazil, they got a goal where there was some tiki-taka on the Brazilian penalty box and put away beautifully into the bottom corner. And you think if Brazil had scored that, we'd be saying, wow, that's why Brazil chose the players that they did. But KSA scored it against them, and they also got the 3-2 win against Brazil. So capable of getting real matches won, if you see what I mean, rather than just grinding out victories.
We said, of course, we have to say goodbye to 4 of our teams, and one of those teams were Jordan. They came up short, didn't they, in that last matchup against Morocco, losing that one just in the final stages. So we are saying goodbye to them, but before they exit the competition, CJ caught up with them.
I'm here with Aktham, manager for Jordan. Obviously, you guys just got eliminated from the tournament, but your first year here at the FIFAe World Cup, how did you guys find the experience?
Well, it's an amazing experience. Unfortunately, we were hoped to have more or qualify to the knockout stage and hopefully reach the grand final, but that's what it is. We prepared well. Unfortunately, we were unlucky in most of the games, but yeah, that's how football works.
And your first time, I guess, in the 2v2, you have a world champion, a 1v1 world champion on the team. What will you take going into next year for you guys to qualify again?
We will look for another partner for our world champion. We are working now on some a league, a local league, to find more players, to find more co-players, to find more partners, so we can have options when we qualify to the greatest stage of all time.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of supporters back home, friends, family. Do you have anything you'd like to say on behalf of Jordan?
Yeah, we are terribly sorry for this tournament. We hope we will do better next time, and thank you for all your support. And please keep supporting us.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Aktham. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to see that Jordan aren't resting on their laurels. They're already looking forward into the future, developing a league possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they're not feeling too despondent. I don't think they've got anything to apologise for. Nobody was expecting anything from them at this event. Their first eFootball for FIFAe as well. I love the fact they're looking to the future, but I do hope in the present they're not too down on themselves.
They have some good players as well, though, at the same time. So I think they'll look at it and sort of say, okay, maybe it was a slight opportunity, especially when it comes down to the last game. I think that's where
that was disappointing.
Yeah, that's where it'll sting, especially when they lose that last game. Had they won it, a couple other results to go their way, all of a sudden you're through.
But how important would it be to have more of a structure in the federation, like a league, just to kind of develop that talent?
I mean, in Saudi Arabia, there's Saudi E-League, which is absolutely huge for eFootball.
You can see the signs still, can't you, around here?
Yeah, it's all part of here, and what it does is it sort of spawns players that are LAN ready, and when they reach those LANs, they're not like, oh my goodness, bright lights, they're fine with them.
Yeah, no, it 100% helps. I think having that ecosystem, the saying I use quite often is a rising tide raises all ships, right? So you have that opportunity to go and play up against the best players, the players who, like for Saudi Arabia, playing up against the guys here. For Jordan, they'll be playing up against the guys who were at this tournament. They go up against them and see who is actually going to crumble or who's going to be the cream that rises to the top.
And surely coming here for Jordan as well, it just stokes that fire a bit more. They go, wow, the opportunity I've had here, I want more of it. And that's hopefully what we hope they'll have got from this.
Well, they'll have to qualify next year again. That's the thing. I mean, it gets more and more competitive. There are teams that were here last year and did quite well that aren't here this year. Argentina aren't here, France aren't here, Netherlands aren't here.
Spain as well.
Yeah, Spain as well. They were one of our
surprise.
favourites, weren't they? So yeah, you can't rest on your laurels at all. So that's what the coach was getting at.
Yeah, but I hope all those teams are watching and kind of going, I'm more motivated now because I missed out on this year to come back next year. And we actually don't know where it's going to be held next year as well, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, especially I think some of the European teams that we've just had that have been so storied in eFootball over the years, to see them not come and make it kind of shows where the competition level is at now. It is really, really high. It's hard to qualify through your region. You have to be a serious outfit.
And can the teams that have gone out, or do they ever help the teams that have gone through? Do they kind of build friendships and allegiances and go, you know what, I'm going to go and give them some tactics here?
They definitely would have been playing against each other on a local side of things. I mean, just obviously ping and stuff comes into it, so you want to be playing against the best in your region. So I suppose they probably would have had their opportunity to go up against those players. But yeah, I think a lot of the practice, mostly in-house, but wouldn't surprise me if the Spain boys and Eldridge O'Neill and all the Dutch guys are helping you guys out.
Just to add to that really quickly as well, I know the Southeast Asian countries really sort of root for each other, like Indonesia, Malaysia. They are hoping that other countries from a similar place do well. Now, I don't know if that's the same, and maybe it's more competitive with some of the Middle Eastern countries. I know that if England and Scotland were here, Scotland wouldn't be like, Scotland will help you out. So that's not the case everywhere, but certainly in some parts of the world, they'll try and support each other.
Okay, well, we've got our Axe Player of the Day as well. We've got our nominations for that. 4 nominations from today's action. You guys can vote for your favourite over at FIFA.gg. This morning, we announced that it was Henriquinho from yesterday. He was the Axe Player of the Day. So let's look and find out who the nominations are for today and who you can vote for. Picked by the boys on the sofa. Cole, who did you pick?
I think out of these, Etorito for me. I mean, I know we focus more on Group B at the end there, but Italy winning Group A is huge. Getting there over Brazil, which were the other big favourites. And it seemed that every time Etorito got the ball, his decision-making was just perfect. Back heels, tricks, you name it.
I think for me, I specifically was looking. I mean, look, I wanted to look towards Poland as well, but I think I kind of went for the underdogs in a certain sense. Seeing Mexico come through that result against Indonesia. Andrew Pubas, a phenomenal player. Everyone played really well. Mexico being fantastic. And the same for Turkey, the young guy in Arda, he coming through, finding himself in positions where they can then advance through and put themselves in a good spot. Turkey did a really good job.
We'll take your pick then over at FIFA.gg and we'll announce that tomorrow ahead of the knockouts. Okay, well, let's have a look at the schedule as well, because we want to bring you up to date of exactly what time you need to set your alarm for tomorrow. It's an hour earlier tomorrow, back to the same starting time as we saw yesterday. So it is all kicking off. Oh, Chris likes what he's seeing here. 11 a.m. local time here in Saudi Arabia. Italy taking on Mexico. Where are your eyes flicking down to, though, guys?
Chris, there's one you want to talk about.
Indonesia against Brazil in a quarter-final. Oh, and this is what I was talking about. Obviously, I knew that had happened. Everyone kind of figured it out. But as far as where you land in the group, neither one of those teams would have wanted to see each other yet. Absolutely not. Your first game of the day, first game of knockouts, is against the opponent you had in the grand final last year. That is insane.
And you'll probably have noticed they all come at the same time, because we're going to have 4 quarterfinals played at once. Remember, it's not just one leg, it's 2 leg, it's aggregate. If you're tied after 2 legs, we go to golden goal. And then if you obviously go through, we'll see you again at 12:45 for those semi-finals. Wow, it's been a long morning for the console side of things. But we do have our 8 quarter-finalists, and they are set, they're ready, they're locked in. I'm sure they'll be reliving some of those games they've played today, ready for all the action tomorrow. Guys, thank you for joining me. We'll get to see you again in about an hour and a half time, because we get to do it all again on the mobile side of things, because we are not finished just yet with eFootball. Mobile is coming your way in 2 hours time. Actually, the action kicks off at 5:30 local time, and again 5 more matches to determine our quarter-finalists for tomorrow on the mobile side of things. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you shortly. Bye.
اللعب كما يقول التعريف نشاط يمارس للترفيه بلا جدوى وبلا أثر. لكن وش يصير إذا اللعب صار له نظام؟ من هنا بدينا، كان الشغف وكل منافسة نظمناها كانت في بناء مشهد حقيقي، مشهد يستمر ما ينتهي مع يوم أو بطولة. نظمنا تجربة، هذا امتداد الرؤية تحول إلى إنجاز، ورا كل مجد طريقة وصلناه بداية توها تكتب.
How can real-time visibility across our hydrocarbon supply chain
help keep our shelves stocked?
How can achieving a 99.8% delivery record
Help bring us together?
By continually asking how, we provide reliable access to energy for everyone we serve.
Another day asking how.
Another day serving my customers.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where the journey begins before you fly, where lounges are a destination in themselves, and your world is always within reach. A place where you're looked after, and the smallest details bring the biggest smiles. This is Qatar Airways, the world's best for a record 9th time.
Extra, read all about it. World Cup prep begins.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Trading for World Cup in North America has begun. And you would not believe what these guys are up to.
White 17, hot!
Preparations spiral out of control across the globe as the hunt for World Cup glory intensifies. Buckle up, folks. We're just getting started.
What was that?
Smells finer than the finest perfumes. New Axe Fine Fragrance.
Bruno.
When you're all in, anything can happen. Enjoy the moment with a Coca-Cola.
The digital world speaks the language of zeros and ones. And now, with advanced digital systems, countless new numbers join the field. A 7 can break the pattern. A 9 can be the game changer. At Globant, cutting-edge technologies are at the core of everything we do, driving new and innovative solutions to shape the future of FIFA and companies across every industry. We are the official tournament sponsor of the FIFAe Finals 2025. Globant, technology that dares to delight.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
الابتكار والتطور للجميع مش بس للمغامرين.
تصميم الكيا K4 وهيكلها الرياضي أول شيء يلفت انتباهك.
تصميم مرة حلو، بس بالنسبة لي أنا التكنولوجيا تفرض نفسها.
Kia, movement that inspires.
في السفر حتلاقي مفاجآت جديدة عليك، وهذا يمكن يخليك تتردد شوي. مع فيزا كل شيء مقبول، حتى ما يعض، صح؟ مقبولة عندنا، لأن هالخطوة اللي تسبق إنك تسوي شيء كنت دائما تشوفه مستحيل، وهذا اللي يميزك.
Slim like a whisper, sharp in the hand, never unplanned. Every move got his game, smooth like ice, cold like flame. What's your edge?
Hello, Moto.